And I call this meeting of the Wellfleet Select Board to order. First item on the agenda is announcements, open session, and public comments. The board will not deliberate or vote on any matter raised solely during public announcements and comments. Please keep comments brief. Chief Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in case I don't have the opportunity again this evening, I just wanted to thank the executive assistant, Courtney Butler, really for all the help that she's given myself. I've been chief for about a year, and a lot of it's been learning on the fly, then COVID and everything else. And every phone call, email, nights, weekends, she's been phenomenal. So sad to see her leave, obviously, but very happy for her future opportunity. But I just wanted to just give a shout out and thank her again, and everybody at the police department thanks her.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you.
Thanks, Courtney.
Good evening. Good evening.
Hi, Joe.
Joe Aberdale.
Yeah.
Joe Aberdale, Dredging Task Force Chair. I'd like to announce that the next phase of dredging in our harbor is about to begin. We have just received the final approval on the necessary permits. Cashman is moving their equipment this week into the harbor with an anticipated start of either Friday or Monday. They will have 2 dredges on site in case one should break down. And the plan now is that they will work 24/7, and it should be completed in 15 days. This is the area from the fuel dock over by the launching ramp. Thank you.
Okay, Helen.
Yes, I've got 2 announcements and they both have dates in them, so you might want to get something to write it down. The first is a unique opportunity. The Conservation Commission is inviting people to submit comments on our environmental regulations. You can find our environmental protection regulations on the town website under bylaws and regulations, or bylaws and policies, or something like that. It's over on the left on the home page. And you have to submit them to the health agent, Hillary Greenberg Lemos, by Tuesday, January 15th. The second announcement is that there are going to be 2 open meeting law trainings. You have to register for them. And the first one is on December 15th at 12:30. And the second one is on January 7th, probably also at 12:30. And they're being done by the state. And I, even though I know the open meeting law fairly well, I'm going to both of them because I always learn something. And they're really worth it. They don't take a long time. And it would be good, in my opinion, if there was a way to register for them that was available on the homepage right there, so that people on staff and stuff could, hook up to it easily. Thank you.
Janet.
I just want to say that this Friday at 8 a.m., the Cape Cod Selectmen's and Councilors Association has their monthly meeting. And John Robertson, who is president of the Mass Municipal Association, is going to give an update on legislation and finance and everything like that from the Hill and from all of our legislators. So it's good, it's concise, it's early in the morning. You can go on their website to find the link for Zoom.
Thank you, Janet. Ryan?
Yes, I would just want to strongly urge anybody that's listening or watching this to maintain their vigilance for COVID issues. The numbers are going up statewide. The rates of positive test rates has climbed alarmingly. And it's just something to keep in mind as we go into the holidays is to try to manage this the best that everybody can. Thank you.
Justina.
Yeah, I want to echo what Ryan's saying, and it's easy to get our guard down. We're sick of this COVID, and Wellfleet's been relatively safe. I have heard of 3 separate parties where partying goes on, masks don't go on. And it's easy to think, well, gee, I know these people, or perhaps, I just want to have a few beers and forget about things. But the thing is, when you put yourself at risk, you also put, if you get sick and don't have symptoms because you're young and healthy, obviously, you might put other people you care at risk. So I implore anyone who might be listening, or who might be listening and have someone who needs to hear this, think twice, and then think again if the risk you're taking is worth it. We only have a little bit ways to go when we pull out of this with vaccines and stuff. So be careful for those you love, and wear the stupid mask, and be careful.
Okay. And just in conjunction with Justina and Ryan, we're saying the UK began commencing vaccines this morning. So the first vaccines were given out this morning, and it's a big deal. And I think, it's sort of, to me, was symbolic of the fact that, there is a potential end in sight, and we just got to get through this tough phase here. So everybody just really should remain vigilant. Everyone knows what to do at this point. So it's just a matter of just doing it, And then the other announcement I had is that MSI has started meeting again. That's the Mass Shellfish Initiative. I'm on the task force of that initiative for Wellfleet as a resident, not as a select board member. And if anybody's interested in that process, there will be times for public comment and stuff, but you can check the website, Mass Shellfish Initiative website, and tune into whatever meetings, because they're all on Zoom now, that are going on and going forward. So I just wanted to announce that to the public. Okay, anything else? I don't see anyone.
No, just that those meetings are supposedly going to be at low tide going forward, or no, not low tide, high tide going forward.
Yeah. Okay, so use of town property, we'll take that up first. Wellfleet Shellfish Farmers Market at the Marina parking lot. Janet, I'm just gonna recuse myself from this, just out of good
Okay.
practice here. I don't know if it applies to wild shellfishermen either. If it's just for farmers, then I think I need to recuse. So you can go ahead and take
Yep.
this minute.
No big deal. So if anybody, I don't know if Nancy Chivetta's on.
I
but,
am.
Do you want to speak to this or explain it, or
Yes,
give it good?
just
Thank you.
quickly. So it's a little confusing, but it's a farmer's market for shellfish, not a shellfish farmer's market. It's just the way that it's written. But so this is an initiative that I have been working on with the Wellfleet Shellfishmen's Association, as well as the state, both the Department of Public Health and the Division of Marine Fisheries, and with Holbrook Oyster Company, who is going to be the dealer of record. So what we're wanting to do right now, it will have to be only pre-sales, and people will come and basically order in advance, either through social media, or farmers and wild fishermen will reach out to their friends and family and neighbors and kind of make some pre-sales, and then people will come to the market to pick it up on Saturdays from 12 to 2. I am thinking over time it might change also as you know, the spring hits and maybe COVID abates, where it could be more like a real farmer's market where people would come in and be able to peruse and buy. But that's not the way it's going to start out. I'm hoping that we'll get about 10 people each week. It looks like right now it's only going to be a few to start. Again, it's just like the very inkling of an idea, and we've all been working really hard to bring it to fruition, thinking that, you know, right before the holidays is when people start to plan their menus and you know, definitely want to be supporting local fishermen and shell fishermen in particular. So this allows a way for shell fishermen to sell direct to consumers, and the dealer handles the product and then brings it to them, kind of like at the Oyster Fest, where they deliver it to them that day at the pier. It's not, you know, I'm not sure if it will happen at the pier the whole time. I mean, this is really going to be a learning curve, and we're going to have some backup plans in case, for example, it's just too darn windy down there or something. But for now, this is our plan. It would go every Saturday from 12 to 2, finishing on May 1st.
Nancy, where is the information, like the email or the number to call in? Where is that information?
So right now it's everybody's just kind of doing their own thing, but
Okay.
it would be, what I'm kind of hoping is that the partnership with the Wellfleet Shellfishermen's Association, they might be able to create little profiles. And in fact, they are doing that for their members, where then we would be able to give people kind of one, go to this website and you can order
Right.
online. But right now, at each individual shell fisherman will kind of be reaching out and maybe doing it on their Facebook page. So then they'll say, oh, personal message me, and you'll do it that way. Kind of like the scallopers are doing, the sea scallopers have been doing throughout the summer, and the way that Buy Fresh, Buy Local Cape Cod seafood Facebook page happened. It was all kind of happened online, and you signed up in advance and then you went and picked up and paid. And so that's what we're kind of, that's the model I kind of based it off of. And we are just going to be nimble and flexible and try and figure it out as we go. But it's, you know, the select board did put together a letter for Governor Baker asking to allow direct sales for shell fishermen. And, you know, as we talked about that evening, it's a really tall order and it's going to be a heavy lift and it will not be immediate. And I just wanted to look for something, and you gave me direction to do this, to find an immediate initiative that might help people make it through the winter, the shellfishing community.
Well, I think it will be a very popular idea, and it would just be, you know, for people who do not have the connection, a personal connection to a shellfisher, you know, even to have it on your website or the Harbor Master's website or town website.
Yes.
I do think it'll be popular.
I'll definitely be, and I have been posting it on our Facebook page, the Wellfleet Shellfish Department Facebook page. And then I've noticed some people are sharing it from there.
Okay, great. Who had their hand up first? Ryan?
Well, I was actually the last, so.
Okay, well, why don't you
Yeah,
go now anyhow? Yeah.
All right, so just a couple things before we get into a lot of it. It does include wild harvesters as well as farmed, just that the way that the wild harvesters are going to have to sell is slightly different than the farmers. I just wanted to make that clarification first. So it
Okay.
includes wild.
It does include wild, and they will go, they will have to be with the dealer on site. The dealer will handle it for them, and everyone will just broker their own agreement with Holbrook Oyster. And they've just been amazing and so amenable to do anything they can to help.
Okay. Justina, I'm going from the bottom up.
I think this is great. It makes it legal too. Shellfishermen get, you know, approached to kind of sell on the side. And if you want to be above board, you have to say no. And if you can't put a lot of onesie twosie orders together, it makes it hard to make it worth a the farmers wild. So this is terrific, I think, as a mechanism to keep it legal and make economic sense. So thank you, Nancy. I think, every good idea has to start somewhere. I think this is going to have legs. So that's one thing I'm going to say is I think this is a real
Thank you so
benefit.
much.
Yeah, I really do. I mean, I think the demand is out there. Everyone's always asking for $30 worth of clams or $40 worth of oysters. And if you don't have like 5 of them together, you can't go do a tide for $40. So it empowers the shellfishermen to sell direct. And then the second thing I
Yeah.
wanted to say, Nancy, is personal to you. I want to thank you for working so hard on this and other initiatives. You constantly raise the bar of what it means to work for our town, and it's inspiring. You inspire me to work harder too. And I wanted to just thank you for that quality you have of always going the extra mile and always trying to serve the shellfishing community in our town, and just give you a little shout out there.
Thank you. That really touched me. I appreciate it.
And
You're
Helen,
hard act to follow there, Nancy.
what'd you say, Justina? I cut you off.
You're a hard act to
What?
follow there.
A hard act, yeah. Helen, you had your hand up?
Thank you so much.
I did.
It means a lot.
I think she's a good act to work with. That's what I think. Anyway, Justina, what you said, double down on that, and thank you, Holbrook. So Nancy, this is pretty elaborate. It's good, but what's the turnaround time from when the harvester will give the shellfish to the dealer, to Holbrook, and Holbrook has to do X, Y, and Z with it? And then instead of passing it on to the restaurant or wherever the wholesaler was taking it in the past, the wholesaler gives it back to the harvester, who will then stand on the pier, be on the pier, have a truck with an ice bin on the pier. And what is the turnaround time there between the time the harvester gives it to the dealer and then the dealer gets it back on the Saturday? You see what I mean?
Yeah. So, the way that we're working it, and, we work with Mother Nature, so nothing will be prescribed for every single week. But the way that we're working it is that the farmers and the wild harvesters on the Friday before would drop it off at Holbrook and Eastham and back to them at the pier.
Okay.
Now, for the wild harvester, it actually stays with Holbrook, but it's just it's a quick turnaround, right? From the farm to the consumer. However, if it's, some people might need to bring it in a couple of days before, like they do for the Oyster Fest, right? Or in a wild harvester, say a wild harvester has, orders for 600 pieces, that's going to take them a couple tides to do. So, they could bring it and drop it off a couple of days in advance. But at any rate, I'm sure that this is going to be the quickest turnaround for a consumer in terms of from the bay to their plate that they get, unless they have a permit themselves and go think that the turnaround time here is really fast. And so it's just going to be the highest quality product coming to market.
Yeah, great.
Okay, I got a few more questions. That's good. Good to know. So there's just going to be the one wholesale dealer who's going to be processing all of this, Holbrook, right?
Yes.
Nancy?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Can you hear me?
And the dealer will, Holbrook should and will be getting a percentage, right?
Right now,
It's good, they
charging
need
5
to
cents
pay.
an oyster. 5 cents an oyster to do all the tagging, paperwork, reporting, etc. And we haven't decided yet what
Right,
it's going to
I'm just clarifying the process here. So the way it's going to look is, let's say I want to order some shellfish and I do it online, right?
Yep.
And or do I call it in?
However that farmer or fisherman is doing it.
Okay, but the point is, so each individual harvester who's going to be on the pier is going to have something that I could pay with a credit card? Or do I have to bring cash?
That's up to each individual person selling. And,
Okay,
you know, if they're
now,
selling in
another
advance, then they will be communicating that with all their potential buyers.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think this might really work and be profitable for the people that are willing to do this extra work, the people who are harvesting and the wholesale dealer. However, what if you don't have somebody that you ordinarily would get shellfish from? And where are we going to be able to see which dealers, which harvesters are going to be available to buy from so that they can be ordered from? Do you see what I'm saying? Is there going to be a list of the people, the harvesters who one could order from anywhere? And shouldn't that be on the town website somewhere? In
Well,
other
what
words,
I'm
what I'm gonna
hoping, I'm hoping that Wellfleet Shellfishmen's Association will be able to fill that niche.
Well, how it, let's say, I'm thinking of doing a blast to the non-residents taxpayers, or maybe they'll just do it themselves. I told the person who covers our meetings today about this agenda item. And there are people who want to buy shellfish out there, and there are people who are here on the weekends. And I just want to know how to make this as simple as possible, because it's going to start this. Here comes another question from me. If we approve this tonight, I hope we do. When's the first Saturday this can happen?
Well, you know me, I'm quite aggressive. So this Saturday it would
Oh,
launch.
right.
And
So where
yes,
do I
it's,
find-
there needs to be, you know, I'm pushing for this to happen quickly because I want to take advantage of the holidays and I want to take advantage of the people that are out doing their holiday shopping. And so it's going to have a couple of bumps in the road, but I just think it's worth it to launch it. And then we're going to figure things out as we go. And if we can, you know, I will be posting it on the Shellfish Department website and people can share it from there. And we could tag some of the people, you know, I can ask, you know, I'm sure all the farmers and harvesters, you know, they can post to Wellfleet Community Space or Wellfleet Raw and Unfiltered or some of these other Facebook pages like I'm selling and, you know, personal message me to order. And that's how these, you know, that's how I saw it kind of organically grow in the spring when, you know, like the sea scallopers were doing it and stuff. So it's really up to the individual to reach out there. And then if people are, you know, a consumer is actively looking, then I'm hoping they'll go to the Wellfleet Shellfishermen's Association website, or they'll see it, you know, on some of these other kind of public community Facebook pages and certainly on our page. But I'm not going to say that it's going to run absolutely smooth from the get-go. I mean, we're just trying to launch something from nothing on a short timeline to try and help. And so we're all just going to do our best.
If somebody wanted to buy from Wild Harvesters, they would simply contact Holbrook, correct?
Day of, yes. But, you know, if I'm a wild harvester and I want to reach out to my neighbors, or I want to, you know, post something on my Facebook page, I can still recruit, like the wild harvester can still recruit customers and then just see me at the Holbrook van. I'll be at the Holbrook van. That's where you can pick up your wild product.
I got it. And I guess the thing to do is for people to bring credit cards and cash just to see how it works.
And a
this
check,
time.
just to be sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay. Thank you. And it's really great this is happening. We don't have a fish store open here in Wellfleet now, I don't think, unless the Picard's is open. Anyway, good news. I hope it works. I'm going to spread the word. I hope everybody else does too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Helen. Ryan, did
Yeah.
you have another question?
I don't really have too many questions because I've been in contact with Nancy quite frequently about this after the last meeting that we had where we kind of put together this group to try to figure out things. And this was her idea, and she worked really hard on it to get it here. So the way it's going to work is that not necessarily the same sellers will be there every week. It's entirely up to the sellers. You know, if they're there on a certain week, you know, they're there. So we can't just say, especially early, that we have a list of people who are going to be there every time. Because some people might try it and might not work for them. Other people might want to get on board and try it. But there is a deadline for signing up for each week. Nancy, what's the deadline again? She's on mute. I guess I could pull it up maybe.
I am. So the deadline this week was close of business today. So I think, you know, if we could look at it on Tuesdays, that gives people 3 days to really do their marketing. And, you know, some people are gonna, you know, there might be 1 or 2 people that will want to do it every week.
Yeah.
But Ryan's right. People are likely to cycle in and out because, you know, it's a lot to do and means every Saturday.
And then so basically every Tuesday at the end of the day, we'll have a list of who's selling on a given week. And we can put that out there. I'm planning on putting the information out there tomorrow on who's selling and how to order from each of the people. You know, and then we'll just go from there. The other thing is if you, I'm thinking about, you know, the holidays and that kind of stuff. A lot of the old recipes for holiday dishes on the Cape, and especially in Wellfleet, had oysters to be used in the stuffing of holiday stuff. And my dad does that with some, you know, stuffed fish. He loves putting stuffing with oysters in the stuffed fish. So there are a lot of ways to use them, especially if you can get them. You know, we're kind of expecting that it'll be basically $1 an oyster, and that because it's an easy number for people to deal with, especially for making change. But we'll just see how it goes. I'm planning on being there on this Saturday to help direct traffic. One of the things that didn't really come up is how it's going to be done. So basically, people are not going to be browsing around the market. They're going to remain in their vehicle at all times. And this is, you know, there's pretty strict COVID measures being taken here, which are really needed considering where the numbers are going right now. So basically, somebody drives to the dealer with their car. They pick up the oysters. The oysters are on ice the entire time. So these are literally probably the freshest oyster anybody can get that doesn't actually, as Nancy says, that doesn't actually go out on the tide themselves. And I hope that a lot of people are able to take advantage of getting really fresh product and to help support local shellfishing families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
I have one.
Got another
And
comment?
thank you, Nancy. So, and thank you, Nancy, big time. So.
2 more questions?
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Helen.
Thank you. So Nancy, one of the things in the very useful memo you sent out under number 12, G, wild harvesters with leftover product will donate it to the Wellfleet Shellfish Department to put on our propagation bed or into an area currently closed to shellfish harvesting. So I have a question mark and explanation marked
Okay,
next
can
to
I
that. In
interrupt
other
right
words,
away?
I'm a wild,
Wait, Helen, can I interrupt you? Because DMF did not go for that.
yes, yeah.
And so farmers are gonna do a
Well,
resubmerge, wild harvesters cannot
Why-
do anything. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Nancy.
What do you mean?
Sorry. So wild
Yes,
harvesters.
I can hear
cannot
you, but what do you
Ellen,
mean?
stop,
can't
stop
do
talking. You're
anything?
talking over Nancy. Okay, so just stop talking and let Nancy talk. Go ahead.
Okay, farmers are going to be allowed to resubmerge. Wild harvesters will not be allowed to resubmerge. They will either, they're gonna have to be much more attentive to only getting product that they have advanced sales for. Because they, you know, if worse came to worse,
Huh.
perhaps the dealer could use it, could use the wild product, or I could buy it at the end of the thing. But yeah, they will not be allowed to resubmerge or donate back to us.
Yeah, and one thing to stress is that because all of this is pre-sales right now, is that the harvesters should know exactly how many pieces to bring. So hopefully the idea is that they don't have any stock left over at the end of the day.
Correct.
You know, there will probably be instances where somebody's ordered some and they just can't make it that day for whatever reason. But the idea is really to make sure that there isn't excess product, and so that we don't have to hopefully deal with resubmergence or whatever is going to be required for the wild if there's excess product.
Okay, I had one more question. So maybe in the way that one sometimes does, Ryan was only referring to oysters. Surely there will be other kinds of shellfish offered?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Also,
So-
I will, I'll send you,
not
as soon as I get
recognizing you
approval, I
guys.
have, I have approval from the Division of Marine Fisheries. And we had to ask for a different variance from the Department of Public Health. And so as soon as that comes through, I will send you the final protocols so that you have them. Because the sheet that you have, Helen, has been updated numerous times probably since then. Because this has been an ongoing back and forth between the state and me.
Thank you.
Okay,
You're welcome.
Justina's got another question or comment?
I was gonna move, call the question.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the use of the marina parking lot by the Wellfleet Shellfish Department on Saturdays from December 2020 through May 2021, subject to the conditions, if any, as listed on the application form for a fee of $110.
Is there a
Ellen?
second?
Wait,
Wait,
can we waive the fee? Because it's town department.
Well, is it a
who-
town department or is it a commercial venture?
Nancy, who's going to pay the fee?
I didn't budget it.
Well,
I'm sorry. I thought I put on my application that I requested to waive the fee.
Well, it wasn't in there, and I think we should waive the fee. So could that motion be read again without the fee? How do we feel about that?
I'd waive the fee.
I move to approve the use of the marina parking lot by the Wellfleet Shellfish Department on Saturdays from December 2020 through May 2021, subject to conditions, if any, as listed the application form and waiving the fee of $110.
Second.
Okay, Ryan seconded. All in favor?
Ellen, I.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Ryan, I.
Okay, wonderful. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Right.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
And Michael can come back. And while we're waiting for Michael, oh, there you are. Okay. So moving on to board and committee appointments and updates.
I think actually we have Paul Millett on. Is he on the
He was.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's here
yes.
from Environmental Partners.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move that up on the agenda and take care of that now. So that is under business to review, approve, and sign the contract with Environmental Partners for engineering services related to the replacement of Coles Neck water main and the water system expansion. Does anybody mind if we do that?
I think we have to take a vote to make sure nobody objects to changing it on the agenda.
Okay, that's fine.
So I would vote, yeah, I would vote yes to allow the discussion. I just lost it. Where is it?
Do
The
we need to
Coles
vote
Neck
on
water
this?
main
You don't need
discussion.
to vote on it, no.
Yeah, we never vote on that.
The chair has discretion on the agenda to move things up if needed.
Okay,
Yeah, and the only thing we all need to look at in those cases, I'm fine with it, is if it's a very controversial thing, you don't want to move it. This is not controversial, arguably. You know, if it's very controversial and people are depending on it to be a little further along in the agenda, you don't want to move it.
Sure,
But
that
this
makes
is fine.
sense.
okay.
That makes sense, Helen. But yeah, if nobody objects to this, let's move this up.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, Mike Travato.
Hi, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, what you have before you is a request to approve the contract with Environmental Partners for the water system upgrade and expansion. As you know, the funding for this is initially through a debt exclusion approved at the last town meeting for $3.8 million as part of that debt exclusion, I should say, which has now been reduced quite a bit as a result of a Mass Works grant, which we've recently been approved for $2.5 million. And with us tonight, you mentioned Paul Millette from Environmental Partners, and we also have Jim Hood, the chairman of the Water Board as well, who are here to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay, do we have any questions?
Yes, I have my hand up.
Go ahead, Helen.
Thank you. I've got a couple of very serious questions. On page 2, under B, responsibility for the work, if we can all look at that. There is the last sentence in B1 says the engineer shall perform his, or may I say her, work under this agreement in such a competent and professional manner, that's good, that should happen, that detailed checking and reviewing by the owner shall not be necessary. That is outrageous. If we want to have somebody go over the work, and that leads to my next question, we should be allowed to do that. That sentence should not be in there. I've never read anything like this on any other contract I've read over the many years. So my next question is related to that, or my next point. This is a big, expensive project. I accept that. We're going forward with it. And why is there no provision for someone who's going to oversee it? Or through you, Mike DeVasto to Mike Travato, is that something that only kicks in when the actual implementation, the work on the ground starts? Yes?
Yeah, yes, Helen, to answer your question, this is, we're contracting right now for the engineering services for the eventual construction of this project. So the construction itself will have oversight.
Okay.
And Environmental Partners is our engineering consultant for that project.
Yes, now
And
my,
this contract, but just so you know, the contract is a standard contract that's actually was given to us through legal counsel, our counsel.
Yeah. I think we should definitely take that last sentence in that section I just mentioned out. However, boilerplate is a good place to start, but it's not always a good place to finish. So on page 5, under insurance, which is section number 11, as far as I can make it out, and I read it a number of times, it's about insurance. And remember, this isn't my first contract with environmental partners. It isn't my first contract about the water system, and it certainly isn't my first municipal contract. There are two kinds of insurance described here. One of them is from the start of the project to the day when it's completed and accepted by us. The other one, if, however, it says the policy is a claims-made policy, it shall remain in force for a period of 6 years after completion. There have been a number of municipal infrastructure projects, building projects, water projects, other kinds, that have had problems that have come up in the few years after the project is completed. And we need to be covered for that. So Mike, do you know more about those two different kinds of insurance? And in other words, it reads like there are two options. I suggest that what we need to do is to have the claims-made policy if it gives us all the coverage we need during the implementation after completion for 6 years.
I'm not an insurance personnel and I can't answer that question. We certainly trust our counsel that what they've put in here covers the town sufficiently. And I don't know if Paul wants to weigh in on that at all.
Hold on, let me bring up the last thing.
Yeah, Paul's on
Which-
mute.
Helen, do you want to let someone respond?
Okay, let's answer that. And then I have one more thing. Thank you. I'm listening.
Hi, good evening. I'm Paul Miller. I guess, Helen, this standard form of agreement came from Copeland and Page, and it's the town's preferred language, quite frankly. So I think, by and large, the contract is in your favor because it was drafted by counsel who represents you. I am not an insurance expert. I cannot speak to the difference between a claims-made policy and the other policy. So I really can't expand on it any further.
Okay, thank you. But it's clear now that you understand. I'm not putting anybody down here, including town council, but sometimes boilerplate or the reason we sign contracts is we want to be sure it's what the town should be doing. And I think these are two especially important points, particularly the insurance. We have to be able to check it if we want to. And we have to be covered in case there's some mess up within a certain period of time after it's completed. And often that happens. Not often, but not rarely. Let's put it that way. But let me get to my last point and we can be done with me. So one of the things I brought up in questioning part of what this appropriation the town meeting voted for is for, and I'm so glad we got the grant, is a lot of pipe that's going to go along Route 6. And all of a sudden, when I was reading my homework, inexplicably, it includes language which has Money Hill Road on it. Now, I'm on Money Hill Road. I live on it, and there are two other property owners on Money Hill Road. Money Hill Road is a little teacup handle that is attached to Route 6. So instead of going straight by Money Hill Road, it goes up the little hill. It has more pipe sections, in other words, and goes down the little hill, and would be something that the three property owners on Money Hill Road could hook up to if they want to. But guess what? Without us discussing it together at any point, none of us, and I checked this morning, want to be on this water system. And we all have thought about it carefully over the years. And why that was added, just thrown in there, I don't know. By the way, I have no conflict about it. I went through looking into that. You know, it's going to raise taxes for everybody, and the percentage of people who are on the water system is, you know, sufficient so that I'm part of a general mob here. But I really think that Money Hill Road, given that it adds extra pipes, I think it was thrown in there inadvisedly. Nobody asked the 3 property owners on there if they wanted it. It should be taken off and the pipe should simply go south straight along Route 6. Because guess what? There are people right across the street from Money Hill Road, which is much more densely populated, that might want water, and the pipe therefore would be more available to them. So can we please take that out of the contract? Can we amend the contract to remove that?
Helen,
Paul?
I question whether you don't have a conflict of interest being directly impacted by this. It's
I'm not,
water.
because I don't want,
It's not as if the water line doesn't go, the water line does not go to everyone in town. So therefore, it's a betterment on the I see a potential.
no, it's not a betterment. We're not doing betterment.
I'm sorry, I used the wrong word.
We are not.
I used the
Yeah.
wrong word.
So
I'm
through
just
you
saying,
to, Jim,
it seems,
yeah,
Helen, that
can I get in line?
a point of order. It just seems that your contention about this pathway of pipe is because it goes past your own house, which I don't see how is not a conflict. I'm not trying to be.
No.
I'm just.
I take your point. I thought about it. I thought about it carefully. I got the numbers of people in town from the town clerk today. This water system affects 10% or more of the people in town, the lots in town. 10%, if you remember, is something where it tips over into being general.
10% of taxpayers.
And it affects the tax. It will affect my taxes. It also, hold on, Mike, let me finish, because I thought about it carefully, right? The issue here is the town, all of us, every residential taxpayer will be paying more money for the extra sections of pipe for something that was probably inadvertently thrown in there without anybody checking about whether the people on that semicircle of road wanted it. And none of us do, and we're not colluding. In other words, I just wanted to be sure that I knew what my neighbors thought when I saw it. And I'm not sure why adding extra lengths of pipe is necessary here. And moreover,
Ellen,
it's more expensive.
I've got a lot of
It's more-
people with their hand up right now, so let's see what they have to say about that.
Mr. Chair,
Yep,
Mr. Chair.
go ahead, Mike.
Can I ask, I think Jim Hood may want to weigh in on this. Can I
Sure,
just ask?
Jim.
He has some input.
Yeah, I don't know why the pipe was spec'd to go up Money Lane. That's not, but I believe that was in the materials that were handed out quite some time ago, that there was a mention of it on that section of the road there when we gave you the original proposal. At any rate, I just want to reiterate what Mike was saying about that the reason that, that you're looking at this particular contract is this was the template that was drawn up by Copeland and Page. And environmental partners used it verbatim, just added in the scope of work and the dollar amount into it. So this was, done with to represent what the town would want, or at least that's what we thought. So if there's a question, I think we need to take it back to Copeland and Page.
Harry Turkanian. He's muted.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Well,
Harry.
the first 2 points that were raised, on the responsibility for work, the sentence, the engineer shall perform his work, putting aside gender pronouns, shall perform his work under this agreement in such a competent and professional manner that detailed checking and reviewing by the owner shall not be necessary. That sets a standard that the engineer has to meet. It doesn't preclude the owner looking over the engineer's shoulder. It just says this contract requires the engineer to do such a good job that if the owner doesn't bother to check, it's still going to be okay. So it doesn't prohibit the town from monitoring what the engineer is doing and monitoring the quality of the work. It sets a standard the engineer has to meet. So that's the first comment. The second one is on insurance. I'm not an insurance broker, but I have been the consumer of liability insurance as an attorney for a long time. And claims made policies are policies in which the liability claim has to be asserted during the policy period. So if I have a claims made policy for 2020, and you have a claim against the insured, you have to assert that during the policy year. If you wait till the next year, there's no coverage. That's different from an occurrence policy, which insures against any occurrence that happens during the policy year. Occurrence policies are typically unavailable for liability insurance and haven't been since, oh gee, I would say 1980 anyway. I think the last occurrence attorney liability policy I bought was in the late 70s. So it's the type of professional liability insurance that's available. The reason why you want 6 years of coverage is so that you have 6 years to become aware of any potential liability claim against the engineer. And so I don't see any issue with either of those two provisions. Again, this advice is worth exactly what you're paying for it, but having been over this territory many times, those are my comments. Okay.
I think it's worth a little bit more than we're paying, Harry.
Well, whatever.
So can I
appreciate
ask
it.
Harry to clarify?
Hold on, I've got Justina on here and then I'll come back to you, Helen.
Okay,
I think we can have a comfort level with this contract. It's boilerplate. It's been reviewed by our lawyers. I think that Helen's concerns have been spoken to competently by Jim Hood and Harry Turkanian. And I would like to call the question that we authorize the contract after we hear Helen's comments.
Okay, go ahead, Helen, one more time.
yeah, so Harry, from this language, however, are we set up to be covered for 6 years under this language? That's what I don't quite understand. It reads to me like either or. It says if the policy is a claims made policy. Does this section cover us for 6 years after the contract is completed? Through you, Mike, to Harry.
Okay, well, if Harry would like to entertain that question one more time, I'll allow that.
Please.
And go ahead, Harry.
Okay. I guess you start with the fact that you probably are not going to be able to buy any other type of liability insurance coverage other than a claims made policy. And it will cover you for the 6 years. When the 6 years begins, probably is when the engineer begins work, because you don't want the engineer to begin work without providing insurance coverage. So I would expect the clock would start ticking pretty much shortly after the contract is signed.
Okay, that's a good answer. However, my last point
Sorry, Helen.
through you hasn't been addressed. In other words, this money that we're paying for more pipe sections along a part of the Progress South along Route 6 is something that none of the 3 lot owners want to have. So why is it happening? Why is it not simply going straight by Route 6, particularly because there are people on the east side of Route 6 right there who might want it? So I think this was just something that was overlooked, and I strongly suggest that you take that segment out and simply have it going south along Route 6.
Are we talking Money Hill again?
We've got Paul Millet's got his hand up. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, yeah, Helen, last year when Jim Hood and I gave a presentation back in January of last year at the senior center, we actually showed the two alternatives, and the route coming down from the Coles Neck and down Money Hill was shown as alternative number one. So it's not a new or a late add-in to the actual alignment. It's a little jug handle or teacup handle, as you said. I can't speak to obviously your preference or the town's preference on taking it in or taking it out. It is marginally longer going this way rather than that way, but it's a minor item. We can make the change. We can design it straight through, or we can go around. But it was always in our reports from last year and in the presentations that we made. So it's not a late add to the plan, if you will.
Mike, may I jump in for a sec?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in too.
I have to say, I'm not comfortable with the board member requesting a change to an engineered plan based on where that board member lives. Nobody else in town has the right to jump in and change policy like that. So I think that there is a gray area there that it's inappropriate, and I'm not comfortable with it.
It's not policy, it's the exact words of a contract, which is I remember that item in the former presentations. The contract is where the rubber meets the road.
It's not appropriate.
And I disagree with that.
Okay.
I am.
Well, Helen, I'd like to speak on this really quickly here before we call a
It
question.
doesn't affect me financially at all.
Well, actually, it does, because
No.
the potential, yes, the potential for your property value increase to be on the water line is a financial benefit. I don't know how much it is, but the other thing is that if you look at the map, it's clearly not that long a section, and connecting across the highway would still be possible on the east side. And so I just think that at this point, at this stage of the game, changing it based on your own residence is not an appropriate stance to take. I wouldn't do it if it was in my neighborhood. And the thing is that I think that, you know, we can take your word for it that your neighbors don't want it, but are they here? I mean, the thing.
You think I misrepresented
No,
what my neighbors
I'm not
told me?
accusing you of that, Helen. I'm just saying that you know, do we have all the owners of deed on record stating that? I mean, I can't vote to change this map here based on your account of what, you know, people who live next to you want. Are there other interests in the property that might want it? We don't know that. We don't have that information.
I do.
I would like to have a motion of whether the board feels it's appropriate for Helen to ask that the plan be changed based on her residence.
No, not based on my residence. Based on extra cost to the town, affecting all taxpayers, based on additional lengths of pipe, all of which are Achilles heels in a municipal water system, as some of us know very well, and based on an accurate and considered check with the two other property owners. This will not affect me beneficially at all. In fact, being on a water system is as much of I have very good well water. My neighbors are perfectly happy with what they've got. They have thought it out, and there are only 3 of us, and I'm simply reporting this. I think that Money Hill Road was thrown in there without the research that might have been appropriate. Maybe that's happening on Briar Lane too. I don't know. I brought it up. And this is not something that affects me financially more than it affects anybody else that's a taxpayer. And it doesn't benefit your property, Mike, if you've got good well water. Going on to a
Well,
water
if you're
system.
inserting yourself in the process based on your role as Board of Selectmen, it would have been more appropriate to go to a Water Commission meeting and advocate for yourself there as a private citizen, but you're speaking as a Board of Selectmen member and requesting a change to a plan based on a voting member of the board. And I think it would have been clearer if you had been to the Water Commission and spoke up as a private citizen. You're really making a private.
I agree that I should have also. No, I'm not. I'm speaking to our tax dollars, which affects all of us. But never mind, Justina, you call the question.
I did. Thank you, Helen. Review, approve, and sign the contract with environmental partners for engineering services related to the replacement of the Coles Neck water main and the water system expansion.
The question,
Go, sorry, Mike.
the motion, Justina, is below that.
I'm sorry. I move to approve the contract with environmental partners and authorize the town administrator to sign it.
Second,
Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Ellen, nay, for the one reason,
Doesn't matter, just say nay.
Justina,
say what
aye.
I want.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye. The motion carries 4-1. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul and everyone for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, and so I'm gonna cross that off, so. Okay, so we're at board and committee appointments. We're gonna go back up. Community Preservation Committee Annual Needs Hearing.
I'm here, but do you have Gary?
Okay,
Gary's on mute.
Gary's on mute. Gary, would you like to speak first?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is an annual event. The CPC is required, the Community Preservation Committee is required to each year have a hearing regarding the needs that we have identified or been identified by our organizations. And I think Mary is going to talk to that. Mary Rogers, who is the administrator of the CPC, and I am the chair.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Go ahead,
Thank
Mary.
you.
Okay, good evening, everybody. The list of needs, I think the select board is familiar with. Anyone who'd like to see the whole list, it's on the CPC page on the town website. The boards that created these lists reviewed and refreshed them in November. And I'm just going to go through some of the highlights of some of the revisions. There aren't any big revisions, so we can probably go through this fairly quickly. The first one is community housing. This is put together by the Affordable Housing the Authority and Local Housing Partnership. The first item just is emphasizing that commitment to getting 10% affordable housing in town, a state goal and definitely a need. The next 4 are concerned with actual projects. The 95 Lawrence Road, which is getting closer to reality. Some of the ones that have been stalled out, Payne Hollow, 8 units of rental property, rental units. The Habitat homes that are planned off of Old County Road and Long Pond Road are, I'm not sure where they are legally at this point, and a Freeman Ave parcel. Then the other ones, identifying town-owned land is the same. They added identifying private land for potential for affordable housing. And their last item is about rallying understanding and involvement in affordable housing. And I'd just like to point out that the Housing Institute that CPC helps sponsor is really helping with that. Going on to the second, the historic preservation list. This is drawn up by the Historical Commission. They've actually kind of completed a few things. And their emphasis is probably on the Form Bs, the inventory of not affordable, historic housing. And it now includes the mid-century modern houses. So that's interesting. And they have a person who has been working, getting these forms ready, getting the inventory, getting it set up with the Mass Historical Commission. They also are available at the library when we get into the library again. And we don't have them on our website, but I think the Historical Commission will put you in touch with anything that's on the Form Bs. The open space list, needs list, is by the Conservation Commission and the Open Space Committee. This is the ideal needs list. It doesn't mix projects with goals or overall needs. They did have one tiny change, one revision. Their number 5, they wanted to say native vegetation. Native species would be the preferred vegetation to use when revegetating an area. Then the final one is recreation. I have to say, and I say this every year, not everything you see on this list can be done with community preservation money. Recreation is a 4th category that's allowed, but it does not allow for indoor facilities or even recreation setups like they have in here, indoor pickleball, no indoor swimming pool, no community center. It is a need. It's definitely a need. So they continue it on the list, but it would not be something CPC money could cover. So if you have anything you'd like to add, certainly this is the hearing, the time to do it now. The public, contact me. The list, as I said, is the current list is available on our website.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions from Select Board?
Yes.
Yeah, so it looks like, Ryan, did you have your hand up first?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So are we allowed to add a need?
Certainly.
Okay. So I would like to add that we need to find an appropriate way of dealing with the Native American burial on Great Island. I don't know if anybody knows the full story of that burial, but basically the Native American woman who's buried there was on display in the Historical Society and was buried out on Great Island in the 70s. The current gravestone reads, those family and tribes gave of themselves and their land that this great nation might be born and grow. Basically saying that, you know, that they sacrificed for you know, the benefit of Americans. And this is the 400th anniversary of the Pilgrim's Landing in Massachusetts. I think it's time that we address and right this wrong, and try to work with the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe in locating an appropriate burial place and memorial for this woman. I think it is something that we should really address. I know that a lot of people go out there, you know, I've left things on her grave before, but I didn't know the full story until recently. Yeah, it's not appropriate in its current location and form. So that's my thought.
Okay, is that something that, do you think?
Well, that they have it now as documenting Native American cultural history, but I think Ryan's talking about some visible monument or grave commemoration of the woman.
Yeah, it would be
We can
under
cer-
historical preservation, most likely.
It could, you're right, it's definitely, yeah, historical preservation.
Under cultural history,
Yeah.
could we add that?
Yep.
EFGH. And Ryan, do you have language that you'd like to put in there?
I don't have an exact language. I would
You
say. Oh, go ahead.
I would say you could send it in to me by email, and I'll add it to the list, or
Okay.
run by the historic commission too, but
Yeah, and there's no name on, because it's an unknown woman.
right.
That was unearthed during the construction of a house that was later displayed in the Historical Society. Yeah.
And the Historical Society didn't do this list, but they're very involved in some of the things that have been accomplished were done through the Historical Society, Museum and Society. You know, and the Historical Commission and the Society work pretty
Yeah, and they list this as one of their goals after they did the their exhibition this summer as well.
Okay, Helen?
Yeah, so, and I'm going to ask for this to be a future agenda item. Under community housing, we need to approach housing, affordable housing any way we can. And one of the ways in which we approach it is the affordable accessory dwelling unit program. And that program, the management of it at a certain point fell into disarray. And I think that it would improve the situation for the people who still have those units, and the incentive that they, for a property owner, that they provide, because you get a tax break, and there's some other things about it. So I was wondering if number 11 under community housing could be improved management of AADU program. In other words, to spend some money to have maybe a senior, maybe, you know, we have that work off program, or to pay somebody just to straighten out what the process has been and get it running smoothly again, which it was right in the beginning when Rex Peterson was our planner / assistant town administrator, because it's yet another way in which people can have a place to live here that's reasonable. Thank you.
Okay, so I think there's,
Gary's trying to answer that.
Gary, go ahead.
I just wanted to address Helen, and I want to give kudos to Mike Travato. He has really done a great job of simplifying and explaining that program such that we now have, and Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we have about 10 AADUs that are successfully in operation and getting the tax break for that. So he's done a really terrific job on simplifying that. The second point, Helen, just FYI, is that we do actually have a subcommittee now working on improving both the promotion and the acceptance of the program.
Thank you. It doesn't need to be an item. Thank you.
Janet?
So I was wondering if a lot of these questions need to come before the CPA board rather than us talking about them. You know, that so people are making suggestions, but we're not going to vote on this tonight because it's really got to go before the board, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so,
Mike?
go ahead, Gary.
If there are no other questions about the needs statements, then the other agenda item that we had for tonight was just to review the applications we've received and ones that we are submitting for approval on the town warrant in the spring of 2021.
Okay.
Any questions on that, or I can just briefly review them, or?
Yeah, it'd be good if you just briefly reviewed them. That'd be great.
Okay. The first one is on your list of materials is the Veterans Home request. I have to say, we were really moved by this ask. We didn't really appreciate it, but there is a transitional housing being developed in Dennis. It's for the whole Cape. And the man who actually runs the Veterans Program lives in Wellfleet and came and asked us for money to support this. And what we learned was that there are approximately 200 veterans in Wellfleet. And of those, there are about 30 that are veterans with disabilities and about 17 who live below the poverty line, which is for an individual only $12,000. So this is a home that's transitional in nature to help with people who are homeless or just in need of a temporary shelter. And what we really thought was we needed something closer to home, closer to Wellfleet, but that we wanted to show support for this this great need. And so we did approve $15,000 on a request of $50,000 for them. The next was, we had a request from the Briar House group to do renovation on that, but they weren't able to succeed in acquiring title to it. And so that has been put on hold. The next is in the spring, at town meeting, we voted to create a new housing trust. And it's fairly standard practice. The other towns on the Cape that have trusts follow the same thing, is to grant them a substantial amount of money. And this request was for $500,000 this year. And the uses are in support of the 95 Lawrence Road project, and possibly particularly with regard to wastewater. I'm pleased to announce that our down payment program, we're about to actually get our final applicant for that program, and needs to be recapitalized, so money for that. And the other one is that we are just running out of land that is town owned that we can use for affordable housing. So to look at commercial land acquisition in support of housing. We did have a request from an individual to repair a house. It didn't meet many of the criteria for CPA, and so we passed on that one. Two that we did approve, one was for the preservation of historical materials. They call it ephemeral artifacts at the museum. This is essentially maps and photographs and things. It's for the storage of that, as well as for cameras and security around those. Their request was for $12,000, which we approved. The total cost of the project is about $32,000. There was a request from the rec department for a stage for Bakersfield. They were very good at justifying that. And the original request was for $23,000, and we approved $17,000 for that. I'm sorry, I skipped the one for the Housing Institute, which is a yearly one that we have many people from the town attend, and that was for $7,500.
Okay, thanks, Gary.
Sure.
Ryan?
Yeah, so you said that you were looking at commercial lots to acquire for housing?
Ryan, previous to the passage in the town meeting in September, we didn't have really a vehicle to do that. And one of the things that the new housing trust, which we're going to talk about next, has to do is to acquire commercial property. And while we don't have a specific situation, that's a use of that money that we could make use of that money that's being considered.
Okay, I'm not very comfortable with acquiring commercial lots for housing. We have such a small a small area of the town that's zoned commercially. There are empty residential lots still, which would be a better use of funds so that we don't end up
Right, it's,
reducing the spaces for businesses locally.
Ryan, it's not for commercial property, it's for residential.
Oh, to buy it commercially. Okay, so I thought,
The word commercial just means that it's not town-owned currently, and we've just been through that list any number of times trying to find lots that we can develop and are having a difficult time.
okay, so I think it would make more sense if you reworded it to like private residential,
Sure,
just so it's a little bit more clear. Because when you say commercial, that's the first thing I thought
Right.
of was commercial lots and buildings.
Right. Thanks, I apologize.
Anyone else from the board? No?
No.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
you.
and everyone on the board, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for all the hard work you're putting in.
Okay, so now we have appointment of Board of Trustees for Municipal Housing Trust Fund. Has everyone reviewed this? Elaine's on here. She's done a great job sort of recruiting, and Gary, some people to serve on here that are qualified, and I think, be great. We're lucky to have them all. So Helen?
Yeah, so what is the final, through you to Elaine, or, yeah, to Elaine? So including our mandated by the state appointee, Mike DeVasto. Thank you again, Mike. That's Mike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Do we have a number on here that we're specifying for how many people? Did we get language on that? I couldn't find any. Through you to Elaine. Has the number of the people on the trust been determined yet?
Hi. The statute says a minimum of 5. They recommend an odd number. And so we would like to have a 7th member, and we have interest and from Jim Hood, who is going to submit an application, which we hope you will take up. I understand there's a meeting on Friday, so we would love to see Jim also appointed on Friday. So to start with 7 members, the statute is simply a minimum of 5 members.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Ryan?
Yes, is the 1-year term required by the state?
I don't know.
I thought the state requirement, I thought it can be 1 or 2 years. That was my question. If you appoint us, I read the agenda and it said for 1 year. Would that just mean till our town meeting in the spring? Because that's kind of awkward.
I would assume that it would go for a year from the appointment.
Yes.
Okay.
So a lot of our committees and boards, we try to have it so that they're not all coming due on the same year.
Right.
Like we would do like half for 1 year and half for 2 years. And I'm wondering if maybe we should consider doing that with this, with the trust fund.
Elaine?
Mike, may I ask that?
Yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, so Ryan, that makes sense often with, let's say, the select board or one of the regulatory boards. This is starting from scratch. These are the first appointments. And I only reread part of the statute, which I emailed to everybody with no comment before the meeting because it wasn't in our packet. Did anybody read it before the meeting recently enough to remember about the term limits, if there are any? Does anybody have it in front of them? Oh, Gary has an answer.
I think
Mike?
Elaine has her hand up, maybe Gary too.
Yeah, I think we both have the same answer. I just looked at the statute recently, Helen, and I think it says up to 2 years.
Okay, why don't we do them for 2 years tonight? Because this is silly to have to come back every year, and these people sound like they're going to do it, and then we can consider overlapping terms. Ryan, I just think in this instance, it's not practical or necessary. And frankly, I think people remember better to re-up when they all have the same renewal date. That was my experience on the Shellfish Committee. Thank you.
Yeah, I was asking because the original ask was for 1-year terms. So I
Yeah.
think 2 years makes, yeah.
Okay, do we have anything else from the board? We got Harry?
Yeah, Gary's correct. The statute says for a term not to exceed 2 years. I know that almost all of the town's committee appointments expire on June 30th. So I'm just wondering whether not to have this get lost in the ether with a term expiring on December 8th, it makes sense to appoint people to a term ending June 30th, 2022, which would be about 1.5 years.
Sounds good.
Makes sense to me.
I would
Otherwise, it'll just
support
get
that.
lost.
Yeah. Okay.
I can make that one.
Okay, go ahead, Helen. You want to make the motion?
I move to appoint Elaine McElroy, Gary Sorkin, Kathleen Nagel, Sharon Rule Agar, Harry Turkanian to the Municipal Housing Trust Fund Board of Trustees for a term to end on June 30th, 2022.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Helen, I.
Janet, I.
Justina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for agreeing to do this, that put the name forward. And I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, planning board alternate, Steve Oliver.
He's not on the meeting.
He's not on the meeting.
What?
Rebecca Eldridge is though. I think she may have spoken.
Oh,
with-
wait a minute. I have a message.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Helen.
I have spoken with him. Yeah, so I called Steve. He has been on the planning board for 2 years before he filled out somebody's slot, and they only had 2 years left. He couldn't be here tonight. He understands, he doesn't have a computer, but he knows how to attend meetings on his phone, which is allowed. I've done it. And he understands how he could do that. And he just couldn't do it tonight. So when I called him to ask him why he hadn't put his membership on the planning board on his application, just to check in with him, he explained that, and I said that I would mention it and give his apology. He does know everybody on the board, and he begged to be excused tonight, but he will be able to show up to all the meetings of the planning board. And needless to say, he's been to 2 years of them. Thank you.
Ryan?
Yeah, I would like to know what appointees to the planning board think on certain subjects, because they affect so many issues in town. I've watched the most recent planning board meeting, and they were pushing back hard on both the affordable accessory dwelling units and accessory dwelling units. And I am concerned that the board might be out of touch with what the town's actually looking for out of the board. And I really want to see what any appointee thinks in regards to housing before appointing them. Thank you.
Justina?
Yeah, I think Brian's making really good points. I think this is a critical board. it's a board that's come under a lot of fire recently. I think a lot of people in town have had things to say. And I think that if the board is important enough for someone to serve on, it would be good for them to come in front of the selectmen so that we can have a chat. Definitely, we know Steve from many of his appearances in front of us. I know he's a very thorough worker. It's great. He's been on the board, planning board before, but I'd like to take no action until he can actually come before us and have a chat with us about putting him on the board.
Mike?
Helen?
Yeah, so I did, when I spoke to Steve today, I urged him to come tonight. He really couldn't do it technically. So that's the one thing I want to say. The other thing is, while I certainly agree with you, Ryan, and Justina, the planning board has, remember, I was on it for 3 years. We all know that ad nauseum. But, you know, the planning board has a direct relationship with our charter about what they're supposed to be doing and with state law about what they're supposed to be doing and with their own regulations. And you understand, while I'm in sympathy with having everything that could possibly happen environmentally soundly for affordable housing, we can't, if we were another kind of board and we wanted to stack the planning board with people that agreed with us, you see, I would rather just make sure that whoever gets appointed acts according to what is required by the state, our own regulations, planning board regulations, and the charter, which would direct people to address housing very supportively. And maybe our current planning board has lost track of that. And with our nice policy about how our board is supposed to remind them of what they're about, we might refresh their memory about that. We can do that. We can't tell them how to vote. And I'm uncomfortable choosing someone because they agree with me. I hope you understand where I'm coming from with this. I was aware of Steve when he was on the planning board and felt that he was a good member. He won't be voting. He'll be an alternate member. So that's all I have to say about it, those two separate things. And perhaps we should refresh everybody's memories about what they're about on the planning board. Just send them a little, maybe I'll bring it up in future agendas, okay?
Okay,
Helen, if I
Justina?
may, my point was, Steve's not here. Nobody here is to support his candidacy from the planning board. I recommend we take no action until we can talk to him. I know you talked to him, but if the appointment's important enough to Steve, then I think he should be here. So I recommend we take no action. And if we don't take no action, I'm not comfortable voting for him. I'm not here to advocate that he has opinions that agree with mine. I'm here to say he should be here.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also, in response to what Helen said, I think, we're a deliberative body, but we're also elected political figures in town. And I think that Helen, that you're downplaying a little bit about what somebody's personal opinions can have an impact on, or their personal stance on something can have an impact on how they vote, just like any other committee position. And I think as sort of our role, I mean, it's important that we appoint people, and I'm not saying that this has nothing to do with Steve, this is just in general, that we appoint people that have sort of positions that are in line with what the town, what we view as what the town wants or needs. So it's not necessarily you know, just because there's a set of a town charter doesn't direct, you know, people in a certain way to act upon their personal beliefs, especially in a planning board situation where, you know, a lot of things that come before the planning board are a matter of opinion, you know? So I'd just like to throw that out there in Ryan's favor as far as, you know, when people do come before the board, you know, we have the right to ask them how they feel about certain issues and whether we think they're in line with what the town wants. That's all. Janet?
So I know Steve's been on the planning board before, and I think he'll be good. And a big part of being on the planning board is knowing our bylaws. And I think with the planning board, they get a lot of flack from various people, but they really do, their whole position is to really follow the bylaws, and there really isn't very much, there isn't often, it's hard to always word this because you don't want to make a blanket statement about everybody. But they do a good job and they support our bylaws, they follow our bylaws, and there's a lot to be said about being on the planning board. I would just say that in the past, since I've been on the select board, that we have always asked for some kind of recommendation or comment from the board or from the chair. And again, if Steve isn't here and we don't have that from the chair, I see no harm in postponing this for 2 more weeks. And maybe he'll be around then or be able to comment then. And he's an alternate, so he wouldn't be a voting member anyhow. He can still go to their meeting if they have one before we vote on it again. But yeah, I think we could just postpone this without any negative effect or negative idea about Steve. I just think
Okay.
postponing is good.
Without any objection, can we take no action on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I tried.
Okay. Well, it's fine. I mean, he can make
Yeah,
it to the
it's
next
not a
meeting,
big deal.
hopefully. So we have disclosure of conflict of interest from Lydia Vivant, Historical Commission. Lydia? Is she here?
Yes.
Yes. She's muted.
Okay.
Hi there. Thank you for your time tonight. And I'm just here to answer any questions you might have about this disclosure form. I serve on the Thrift Shop Board of Directors and also as co-chair of the Historical Commission. So thought it would be good to complete this form so that I could vote on the project, the review.
Okay. Anyone from the board have any questions?
I just want to comment on how excellent this disclosure form has beautifully been filled out. I really appreciate that. You understand the process. And the clarifying fact for me is that Lydia's finances will not be affected positively or negatively at all. And knowing a little bit of how she functions on the commission, it's a commission now, right? I think she will do fine and that we can give her dispensation. Thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion if nobody has anything else?
I move that the select board has determined that the financial interest of Lydia Vivanti is not so substantial as to be deemed likely to affect the integrity of the services which the town may expect from them as a member of the Historical Society. Historical Commission.
Oh.
Misprinted there. The disclosure is dated December 2nd, 2020.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote.
Helen, I.
Janet, I.
Christina, I.
Brian, I.
Michael, aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Lydia, for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Where are we here? So we're on business now. Beach rules and regulations, Suzanne Thomas.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
First on the agenda is listed the proposed amendments to the beach rules and regulations. And they're pretty simple. The first one is moving the list of town-owned beaches and landings requiring stickers from the last page of the rules to the first page, which I'm convinced most people don't go beyond page 1 of any rules and regulations in general. There's also language added on the second page about vehicles with removable tops and windows, with a lot of Jeeps with soft tops that are used as summer vehicles. And we have traditionally told the owners of those vehicles to put the sticker on their windshield. So this just embodies that recommendation that we've developed over a course of 3 or 4 years. I am deleting the language in the last one about trailers and overnight campers, deleting the words except for those involved actively engaged in fishing, because the prohibition on overnight parking is a separate issue, and the permission of people to fish during those hours is a different part of the regulations. The next listed change, and this is all will be covered in a hearing in January, at your first meeting in January. And I added the language under alcoholic, I added the words "and the consumption thereof," because there's a lot of people who like to nitpick when you tell them a regulation. So I try to make the regulations as detailed and tedious as possible. And then some grammatical changes under animals. Under lessons and events, there's a new bullet, and this has become a problem over the last 2 or 3 years with commercial establishments renting kayaks and supboards to the general public. And because the general public doesn't want to put them on their vehicles and then take them back to the rental, the businesses are dropping them at town landings. I know one business rents a boat for 3 days and just leaves it on the beach for 3 days for the use of the person who's renting it. So in order to know who's doing this and how many times it happens and who's responsible for certain boats, I would like to require these businesses to obtain a preseason use of town property to be allowed to do this. And that would give input permission, that would give the opportunity for input from the Conservation Commission, who are working diligently not to have boats dropped on the beach and have any boat that's left on the beach on a rack. So it's sort of a support measure for the initiative that the Conservation Commission has under discussion right now. Besides which, it's disconcerting to get reports that at 7:30 a business comes and drops off 10 or 12 things at long boats, kayaks, supboards at Long Pond, and they just stay there all day while people use them, and then they come back and pick them up. So they're using our property for profit, and they should be paying for it. The last page is the schedule of fines. And instead of having first offense, second offense, and third offense, I delineated the already established fines on our parking, our tickets that we write in the summer. Those amounts are reflected there. And the schedule of fines for animal offenses comes directly from Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 75A. And I have had numerous conversations with the Animal Control Officer, Desmond Keogh, and he has informed me that he has learned in his certification classes that the town needs to have their fines at least equal to those in Mass General Law. We are allowed to have them higher, but not lower. So these reflect the fines in Mass General Law. And as I said, this will be voted on in a scheduled hearing, the first meeting in January. So that's it for beach rules and regulations. I'm also open to any suggestions or questions about other changes. I know that Helen called me this afternoon and had some thoughts. And I will tell you that these beach rules are sort of like Topsy. They've grown over the years. They've been tweaked. They've been amended, and it's an ongoing process. They're never perfect because things change, and then we have to change the rules to reflect what's the most sensible and safe way to conduct business.
Okay, Ryan Curley.
Yeah, so first, a question, or well, I have a couple questions. So aren't boats on landings the domain of the harbor master?
Boats on landings on the bay side are the domain of the harbor master, except for those landings that are designated in the environmental regulations under the CONSCOM, where we do have town-owned racks. However, there's also regulation in there that says you can't just dump them on the beach. So it's a uniform, it's a combined effort of Shellfish, Beach, Harbor Master, and Conservation Commission to get their arms around this as an issue, because more and more people have boats and need a place to leave them.
Okay, and then you have the summer season defined to end at Labor Day. I would like there to be at least one beach with lifeguards through the end of September.
I totally agree with you, but last summer we tried to extend the sticker season. We had the lifeguards out there at Newcomb Hollow. But the pushback for requiring stickers through September was big, and the number of stickers actually sold was pretty small. So I would say absolutely have it as a policy that lifeguards are on duty after Labor Day, but stop requiring stickers as of Labor Day.
Okay, the other option is that we could go with like a really cheap sticker for that period of time, or really cheap daily parking.
We ran into problems last summer, which I'll have also in my end of season report, that people who rent in Truro and in Eastham and Orleans and who count on coming to the Wellfleet beaches can't buy a sticker because we have a residency requirement for stickers.
Okay.
So unless you wanted to not have that residency requirement in September, I would still recommend against having stickers required.
And the reason that those people come from the surrounding towns is because they require stickers through September.
No, they like our beaches better.
Okay.
So I know that Truro did not require them. Eastham Seashore stopped requiring them except on weekends. And I can't speak to Orleans about when they stopped their stickers this year. But no, particularly Truro people and people who stay in Eastham.
I just think that, you know, our beach department brings in almost $1 million in revenue every year. And I think the value of having lifeguards, whether we make money at that time or not, is there at one beach, you know? Obviously things depend on the weather, but yeah, I don't think it worked out very well requiring stickers. Honestly, there's not that many beach days where people are going to the beach for a day at the beach in September, as it is. But people are in and out, and the surf's good generally. People are in the waves, and the water's generally warm in September. But the weather could be hit or miss. I just think that, you know, as a town, with the sort of draw of our beaches that Wellfleet has, that maybe it's just something that we should consider doing, whether we are bringing in revenue at that time or not. Maybe it costs the town a little bit of money to have lifeguards out at one beach in September, but maybe that's worth it. Just throwing it out there.
I agree with that.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I totally agree that it's important to have lifeguards out there on good days. This September was particularly cold. It was an early cold September. This year we could have a beautiful warm September. But to have them out there is really important safety factor, especially since the water's still warm and we still have a good number of sharks in the population still.
Yeah, September is actually more active in terms of sharks than August.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I think that makes sense. The other thing, I had a question about removing the language, except for those persons actively engaged in fishing. It doesn't actually change anything as far as people engaged in fishing if you remove that from this.
No, it doesn't. It just means you can't park there because you don't want to pay for a campsite and then say you've been fishing.
But if you're fishing, you can park there.
Absolutely, from midnight to let me see, if I can remember, to 1/2 hour before sunrise.
Right, okay. You just have to, so I guess I'm just wondering why remove the language if you can still fish there and it doesn't change anything.
People are using it as that language as an excuse to park their campers and vans to sleep in there.
Right, but they're not actively fishing if their campers are there and they're in them.
Right, but it's just to remove another opportunity for people to.
So what I want to just make sure is that this is printed somewhere else, the actively engaged in fishing.
Yes.
It's printed
Yes.
somewhere else. That's
Yes.
not going to change.
No.
Basically, we're just not distributing that information to the general public by removing this
Correct.
in the same manner.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I think it should probably just stay there, but just because it's the actual rules. And if people are, if they're in the parking lot, then they're not fishing, right? So yeah, whatever. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as the actual regulation isn't changing for those people who go fishing at night.
Oh, no, the actual regulation is not being touched by this. We can just leave that. I'm willing to leave that language in if you think it's important. It was just something that I had discussed with several members of the police department, and they requested appropriate signage that says, no parking overnight except for people actively engaged in fishing. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be clear that you have to be actively engaged, and that's why I'd be against kind of removing it, because those words actively engaged in fishing mean that you're doing it at that time, so.
Yeah, I will reject that change in the final version of when I present it to you for your consideration of the hearing in January.
The other thing I was wondering is about the rental thing. The only concern I have is if you sort of try and charge people or do a use of town property for dropping off these rentals, that it won't become a situation where people decide they're just going to meet someone right outside the landing or the parking lot on a public road to drop the rental off. That it won't.
Basically, what they're doing now is parking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you.
Yeah, I just don't want to shift the burden onto the road in sort of by unintended consequences.
Right, and I hear you, and I thought about that. That's why these businesses just need to get a use of town property, pay the fee, and then they'll be permitted to drop them off once they've identified themselves and paid the fee and have provided the insurance for the town.
Okay.
It's not preventing the activity, it's just regulating it.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, a couple things. Suzanne and I went over a couple, and to tag on to the discussion of how these regulations interact with our longer seasons and climate change. One of the things I brought up was that instead of having no animals in the car during the summer season, which is, the third week in June to Labor Day, it was 80 at the beginning of June and even once in May, and I keep track because of the beekeeping. And it certainly was very hot in September on some days. Less hot, but on some days. So I suggest, and we'll see what Suzanne does with this when she brings it back to us in January, that we use the parks dates, or that we simply say from May 1st to October 1st, you can't leave animals in the car while you go down on the beach. It's inhumane. That was the first thing. The second thing, when Suzanne and I talked about it, appears to be a typo, but it's one of those things where if you put in or you put in and, it really changes the content. And in the last section under enforcement penalties, if you violate the enforcement penalties, don't pay them, you know, you don't get to obtain a Wellfleet beach fire permit and a Wellfleet beach parking permit, not or, right? Because some people could care less and it's not their choice. And that typo of having or in there as opposed to and is serious. And the last thing, there was another typo, but it's not substantive like that. In the beginning under prohibitions, we got a very good serious letter. And then I also heard from a handful of people about the fact that somebody with a drone was basically harassing the ospreys at the marina. You know, they wanted to look and the osprey parents were going nuts. And I think that we should add under section D, which is about having drones and other things like that, in quotes, unmanned aircraft. It's a good reg, but that we should add after bathing beaches or the marina area. And Suzanne said she checked with Mike Flanagan, who won't be in the job, but whoever's appointed as our harbor master, about that before the hearing. But I think we need to include that. It's horrific. And we hope the ospreys will come back. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan?
Yes, if they're harassing a predator bird, I know there's I don't know what it's called off the top of my head, but there are laws protecting those birds. So the operator could be removed from that location. I don't know. I'm not sold on restricting drone launching from the marina. I know that a lot of us have seen the videos of over this time period where the dredge was operating. People were out there all the time with their drones taking videos of that, which were very interesting and really engaged the community in this massive project that the town's undertaking. I think that we should be very aware of if somebody is doing something in an inappropriate manner and address it with the pre-existing laws rather than further restricting otherwise lawful use of their property and town property.
Good point.
I would agree with that as well. So I have Ben Fairbanks had his hand up for a while, so I'll go to the audience here. Go ahead, Ben. He's muted, so I'll just take a second.
Hi, this is Ben Fairbank. I'm from the Conservation Commission, and I'm part of the subcommittee that is updating the regulations and the enforcement of storage of vessels on those town landings and just in the 100-foot buffer on private land as well. And I think that because we're rewriting our own, or not rewriting, we're just updating our own language. And actually we're probably going to be talking about it, submitting our final report to the Conservation Commission and talking about it, hopefully in the near future. But I kind of just liked the idea of requiring businesses to get approval pre-season, because that we've identified that as a kind of a hidden variable that we weren't really sure like how to address. So I guess on behalf of the subcommittee, it would be great if we just stayed on, stayed in touch and made sure we're staying consistent. And yeah, so.
Okay, thanks, Ben. As far as that goes too, I just to throw this out there, it may make sense that we have the user who's actually rented the equipment be responsible for the equipment once they have taken possession of it. In other words, if they rent it from somewhere else and leave it at the beach, which is less likely to happen, they would be responsible for it. Like once they've rented it, it becomes their property for that certain amount of time. So it may make sense to just sort of say, hey, have some signage up that says any equipment may not be left on the beach, whether it's rented or not. That way, people who are actually renting out that equipment know they're going to have to either pick it up at the end of the day or pick it up when, that person's done with it, because it can't be left there for days, right? So I just think that once you rent something, once you've taken possession for it for that time, then you're kind of responsible for that object. So that just, for what it's worth.
Mike?
Yep, go ahead, Ellen.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I'll tell you why.
Sure.
The thing is that all and sundry rent these boats. They come from away from here, and enforcement and collection of penalties from them is much harder. And it would be, I think, and I'm going to ask Suzanne to let us know what she thinks, much harder to collect, and to hold the people that are renting the boats responsible puts a lot more pressure on them to make sure that these regulations are complied with, because we know where they live and they have signed agreements with us. And we have management of the agreements they sign with us. We don't have that with how they communicate with the people who rent. I mean, for example, if there was a kayak left overnight at the end of the day on a beach, I would just say, take it to the dump, be ruthless, pick it up and get rid of it, with appropriate signage there. Be tough about it. And you can bet your life that the people who rent out that kind of boat, that kind of piece of equipment, would not want to lose their, what they rent, and they would be more on top of it. So I don't think, sure, it should be the responsibility of the people who take the boats out and rent them, but it wouldn't be, and we would have no way of really pursuing that. But what does Suzanne think? Which is most efficient? Through you, Mike.
Suzanne?
I agree with Helen. It's easier to control the vendors than the users. And there's really two patterns of behavior. There's day rentals on the freshwater ponds, and there's longer rentals on the bayside landings. So I would really prefer to start by requiring the vendors who are planning to do this to, as I said before, obtain a use of town property permission from the select board, pay a fee similar to the fee charged for surfing lessons, let's say, for the season. And then maybe require them to identify their vessels by having their business name on each one. So if one is abandoned, at least my people who are collecting things on the ponds and the harbor masters people who are collecting things on the bayside will know who they belong to.
Okay.
But I'll talk to the harbor master and to the conscom, and there's a subcommittee that Ben referred to. My regulations are really the lowest rank of regulation. They're not going to have many teeth. The teeth are going to be in the conscom regulations that they're updating now. And I will rely heavily on what they come up with.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have anything else from the board, or hands just still raised?
My hand's up.
Okay, go ahead, Ryan.
So it's not really advisable to shift the burden to, even though they are the ones that are technically responsible, is not to shift the burden to the people that rent the vessels or the stand-up paddle boards. It would be impossible for any town department to locate everyone that is renting a vessel for the day. The vendors, however, usually have, and this is speaking from experience, whenever you rent something to somebody, you keep, usually they're sometimes a security deposit, other times you keep their credit card on file. So anything that happens that's due to their negligence on your equipment, the vendor charges the renter for. And that's kind of the enforcement mechanism. So if something is not being done correctly, and let's say the town fined a vendor for boats that are not being put in correctly, or that haven't had a use of town property, the vendor would then charge the responsible party for that fine. So effectively, the vendor, it becomes the agent of the town. It's kind of like the vendor becomes the agent of the town and the enforcement of its policies, because they are the ones that will start basically fining their customers for inappropriate use of their equipment. Otherwise you're talking about, basically a bowl of spaghetti and trying to figure out which strand goes where.
Yeah, I was actually, I guess I was a little vague, but I actually meant sort of removing the objects that are left on the beach, and thereby holding those people who left them there accountable to the fact that the town has taken them and moved them or whatever. So like if there's kayaks on the beach, and they get removed, basically the person who left it there, who rented it, would be responsible to, someone. I wasn't necessarily talking about fining individuals. But yeah, I think you're right. I think probably I'm not opposed to having the rental agencies come before the board. That's not what I meant. To get use of town property. I'm not opposed to that. I was just thinking, if things are left at the beach, then it's the responsibility of the person who rented them that left it there. And if the town confiscates that object, they have to get it back basically to the vendor. So whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, so then the vendor,
Maybe there's a fine, huh?
So then the vendor would be charging the renter for it, and otherwise it would be really difficult to say that, somebody, especially if they're not like coded very well, like with identifying marks on the equipment or the things that are left on the beach. It's basically impossible to tell who the renter is from the town's perspective.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think also having their company name and contact affixed to the.
Yeah, that I'm surprised that there's instances where that's not happening, because that's like, something that you would want on your equipment so you don't lose it for the summer.
Right. Ben, do you have your hand up again, or is it just raised?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. No, I would just say like it's just seems like that both the vendor and the person using the kayak, they both need to be held accountable. And if there's just a way to do that, I mean, I think it's maybe a question for the harbor master possibly to like if he sees this as a way to build relationships with vendors and help to identify if where the source of repeat, violations occur or whatever. I just feel like it would be a variable that could be like addressed in some way. And I speak for myself. I'm not necessarily speaking for the Conservation Commission. But I would also just say that this is directed towards Suzanne, that it's probably, I don't know if it's going to be in the next meeting, but probably in the next couple of meetings that we'll probably be addressing this in our business meeting. And it would be great if you could join along for that discussion. And I guess you can, I don't know how you want to do it, if you want to contact Debbie Freeman about that, or whatever works.
Mike, if I could.
Yep, go ahead.
Ben, Hillary has me in the loop, so when there's a meeting with that on the agenda, she usually CCs me on the email about the meeting. So I'm aware of it, and I will do my best to listen in, because this is only going to work if everything is all of a piece and not contradicting internally.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I kind of think if there's some signage up that says if you leave things on the beach, the town will take them. Maybe people won't leave so much stuff on the beach.
That's a good hope.
I mean, and maybe we should take them.
I know.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind is if they aren't put high enough on the water line, sometimes they get out into the bay, and there's been instances where search and rescue has been called because there's a kayak floating around without anybody in it. And it's just something we have to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, a lot of, if I could, Mike, a lot of those are privately owned and owned by people who, for a variety of reasons, their kayak or canoe is just out there floating around, and they're fine. The Coast Guard does offer stickers for identifying the name of the owner and a contact telephone number or whatever. So I think that if we can encourage both private owners and commercial renters to have identification on each thing that's out there on the water, things will be a lot easier for the rescue personnel, and even those that also would be confiscating them, to figure out whose canoe is whose.
Okay.
Mike?
Helen, go ahead.
Yeah, so Mike,
Yep.
thank you for agreeing with me about they leave them out there, they get taken. We're the licensing board. I'm addressing this to Ben. So the select board is the licensing board, and we also give permission for use of town property, which is separate from being the licensing board. And we could require that there be identifying stickers for the vendors on anything that's rented. And I'm surprised that doesn't already exist. And I just want to highlight the fact that myself, and as far as I can make out from the first things that Ryan said, and Ryan, you said a number of good things, but right at the beginning, and also from what Suzanne said, that sure, everybody's responsible, but it's the vendors that we have leverage with, and we also have a way to reach them. And one of the things that's very instructive is the way in which, for example, the boat rental from the marina that the Picards run works. You should only see what they have to agree to if they're renting those boats, the renters. And furthermore, at a certain point, I helped draft it. There was a map of where all the grants were so that people wouldn't run over the grants at mid tides, and so on and so forth. And the vendor was doing all that. The town wasn't, and it worked much better. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can move on from this now. There's no action to be taken, so.
No, not until January.
Okay, well, thank you, Suzanne.
All right, the next, I have two more topics, I'm afraid.
Oh, okay. Keep
All right,
going.
the next one is the proposed 5-year fee schedule. As you can see from the chart that I included in your packet, this would be actually, I did not. I'm pretty sure it started in 2006, but these are the last 10 years of fees and a proposed next 5 years. By doing it in 5 years at a time, we can see and regulate the increases and understand how it will impact our revenues. So I would add, my basic rule of thumb is I raise the visitor fees $5 per week every other year, and the residents sticker, it goes up $5 every 5 years. So there's an incremental cost of $1 a year if you get a resident sticker.
Okay.
And this again will be in the hearing in January. This is just informational tonight, but I didn't want to be
I have a
surprised.
couple questions.
Go
Sorry.
ahead, Ryan.
First is over the summer, wasn't there something about veterans and the use of or am I just imagining things?
That's shellfish, not a shellfish.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's shellfish.
Yep,
Okay.
that's shellfish. You're absolutely right. And any veteran is entitled to the residential price for any shellfish sticker, including seniors annual. And if Nancy decides to sell seasonal for this coming year, for seasonal as well.
Okay. So that, yeah, that was for that. I'm wondering if we want to have a lower rate for out of town people who might be handicapped, or maybe one for veterans. I'm not sure. I'm just throwing it out there.
Well, that could be in addition to these. So if you want to discuss that between now and what I could actually do is survey my fellow beach managers across the Cape and see if they have veteran and handicapped prices that differ from their regular ones, and then bring that information back to you and make a recommendation based on it.
Okay, that would be awesome.
Okay, I'll happily do that.
Helen?
I like very much both his presentation. I do like historical perspective. And I think we should vote, but this is not the hearing when we should be voting on it. This is
Nope,
just a
this is
time.
informational only.
But- Yeah, I have a question. Where we got 3 chunks of stuff from you, but we actually got 4. And one of them, which is of great interest to me, because Suzanne and I have been looking at this for many, many years and different relationships to each other.
Sluice way.
The conversation about the sleuths and the parking there. And Suzanne, where in these 3 different chunks of each administrator
It's in the
agenda
recommendation.
items?
21.
It's in the
Oh,
next
okay.
one.
It's just loose in the area. So we'll do that when we get to that part. Thank you.
Right, that's next.
Okay. So I just have one small comment on fees, and it's just a general comment on fees increasing incrementally forever that I just take some kind of issue with. And I understand that like time goes on and things get more expensive, but at some point I just wonder, are these tied to some sort of amount of inflation, or do we just keep raising fees forever? I mean, is there a...
Well, initially when we did the $5 increase every 2 years, we were running 2 to 3% inflation. So that's where the original percentage came. The residents, I will tell you, our resident sticker fee is in the bottom third of the costs of other Cape towns for resident stickers. So residents here get a bargain.
Yep.
And I don't count, I consider out Orleans, which is free, an outlier. So I think our beaches are the best on the Cape, obviously I'm prejudiced. And I think it is a bargain for our resident stickers.
Yeah, I was not necessarily just referring to resident stickers. It's just something that I bring up with fee increases generally, because I feel like oftentimes they're just scheduled without really regard to like just, they're seen as a way to generate revenue and more revenue. And I don't have necessarily a problem with these. I just bring this up every time fees get increased, because I feel like there's some sort of momentum that happens with fees increasing that just sort of like builds across all spectrums. And, you know, I feel like there should be not, then we know we had some expenses with beaches this year, and we do have rising costs and stuff like that, that it should correlate in some way. And I'm not saying it doesn't, I just am bringing it up because
It would be more.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
the, in general, you know, as a management practice, fees are intended to cover the cost of providing a service. So, you know, to say we're gonna automatically increase them assumes that our costs are gonna increase, which tends to be accurate because of things that we can't do anything about, you know, whether it's CPI or cost of wages and insurance and that sort of thing. But as a policy in most places, fees should cover the cost of the service that they provide. That makes sense.
Mike?
Yeah, Helen?
Yeah, so yes, I don't feel these are, you know, arbitrary. I always ask myself, and I do this about raising taxes too, you know, there's things we spend money on. The question is, do we really need it? And the thing that drives up anything, any fee, to my mind, and would somebody please mute whatever is having to listen to in the background, please? Thank you. Is our collective bargaining unit contracts that people need to be paid more, their salaries go up, and in a lot of the departments, this kind of thing has to cover it because the beach fees cover an awful lot of stuff that goes on in the beaches. Every time I think of beaches, I think about garbage pickup and I think about the DPW, for example. So we need to incrementally bring them up. And we do have, according to all these different people that we all know that come here, we really do have some of the most beautiful beaches on the Outer Cape. They're famous and they're legitimately famous. I mean, there's nothing quite like that bend on the back shore. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen. Okay, anything else? No? Okay, so moving on, that's the last one, right, Suzanne?
Now we have the actual beach report with my recommendations.
Oh, yeah, okay, beach report, there we go.
Okay, last summer, I thought was going to be a total bust. It wasn't. We only ended up having a deficit of about $150,000 over the previous summer, which I thought was particularly impressive because we didn't have any day parking, which was about $200,000 the previous summer. So we actually made more in stickers than we did in 2019. People were moderately compliant at the beaches. There were a lot of complaints, a lot of chatter, a lot of self-appointed enforcers of COVID regulations, which caused a little friction here and there. We didn't have any beach fire permits, but we had many, many beach fires, which was a problem. Once again, there were traffic issues at Cahoon Hollow and Ocean View Drive because of the wild popularity of the beachcomber. And the other issue was the illegal parking at Steel Road and Old Schoolhouse Hill Road at the access point to the sluiceway. And then the post-Labor Day sticker requirement. I had 2 veteran beach guards who told me they would never, ever again work in September because people were so horrible to them when they drove up and were told they needed a sticker. So those were the 3 areas that caused friction in 2020. We, as a town, voted to approve the funding for receivers for the backside, and these will boost the signal of our portable handheld radios. It's nothing to do with cell phones. It's for the use of staff so that the police, when they're down on the beach, or the fire department members, when they're down on the beach, their radios will actually work. Right now, the only radios that work on the beach are the beach portables. So that's that's a very important safety factor. I would like to recommend that we reinstitute day parking in 2021. I think with the advent of the vaccine and the fact that it was proved last summer that outside activities are the safest, that we can safely have day parking again. The people who couldn't day park came by bus, so they were still with us. And I would eliminate the reduced parking capacity, because Hillary and I did an exercise last summer. We figured the square footage of the town-owned property at each beach at high tide and allocated a square footage to each person on the beach for COVID safety regulations. And I don't think, except for Cahoon Hollow, that we ever got near capacity over the summer. At the beach office, I'd like to do a hybrid. I'd like to sell all visitor stickers online and have pickup times during the day. That worked out really well. It eliminated the long, frustrating waits in the heat. People who didn't have the proper documentation were informed of that by email, and they were able to resubmit and obtain their stickers without a problem. I would like to open in the spring to residents. Depending on COVID, it might be by appointment only. The largest percentage of our people who don't use a computer and don't have a smartphone, or have a smartphone and didn't know how to manipulate the software, live here in town year round. So that would be a kindness to my staff and to the people who would appreciate an in-person opportunity. Not for this summer, but there will be a request in my budget to replace all the sort of antiquated canoe and kayak racks at Gull Pond with the style that is currently at Mayo Beach, Powers Landing, Indian Neck, where they're flat, they're all one level. You don't have to lift them up. You don't have to get them from the lower rack. People really appreciate them. And I'm working with John Ryerson, who manages that program, and Peter Williams from the DPW to obtain a price, and I will be back to you with that. The sluiceway parking, I'm just telling you now, it's a problem, and I would like to have a final vote on reconfiguring that in the meeting in January, because I would like to involve the Bartletts in the plan, because they are the only abutters and they're the most impacted by it. And the plan that I proposed in 2013 was rejected because the Bartletts objected. And after 6 years of living with their version of what would be appropriate, it doesn't work. And the Seashore, who's our direct abutter there, and on whose property the 2 parking spots that are currently available are located, I've been in contact with them, and they are willing to reconfigure their parking spots to accommodate longer vehicles. Pickup trucks don't fit in those spots very well, and they stick out in the road, and it becomes an issue. And they will also replace all the split rail or increase the split rail fencing on their property to prevent illegal parking. And we will put up the gate. The town will put up the gate that's already in existence and put out appropriate signage along Schoolhouse Hill Road, so that we know, look, here's a place we can pull off and illegally park and walk to the sluiceway opportunities. But as I said, I want to involve the Bartletts. I'm going to tell the board about it, get your reaction, and then finalize the plan and come back to you in the January meeting. We've already covered amend the beach rules and regulations. And my last recommendation was to reinstitute the existing summer season dates, which we also discussed when we're talking about lifeguards in September. So that's it. That's my beach report. If you have any questions, that was a really quick overview, because I know you've all read the packet and I've been talking for a long time. So.
I have one. Go ahead, Ryan, first. You go ahead.
I was wondering if we could go through this piece by piece, so that we're not all scattered. If that makes sense.
What do you mean piece by piece?
Well, I would like to talk about the sluiceway, the kayaks, the kayak racks, maybe a Moby mat, And then a quick thing on the beach stickers. The beach stickers is easy, so.
Okay, well, why don't you go through and then why don't you just take up each thing and see if any of the board members have anything to say about them?
Suzanne, I was wondering if it might make sense to also sell the beach stickers to the COA for those people who might not, or who are less likely to use be using a computer. If that
No,
makes
no,
sense.
I think that's, I don't want to, my COA staff would have an objection to it, number one, because it's not COA activity. And I'm hoping that we will have our building open to our regular activities then, and I don't want to dilute that by, it's easy to put my staff down at the building and open up for people. So, and there's a furnace there, so my staff is totally comfortable, even if it's chilly in the preseason. I would be against doing the COA.
Okay. And then the kayak racks at Gull Pond, is it going to be the same number of racks?
Yes.
So would the footprint of the racks be larger?
The footprints of the racks would be the same as they are now, and any additional racks, the corral that was originally built to protect the roots of the trees from the erosion of having cars parking under them when we reconfigured Gull Pond, there's an area toward the handicap parking area where we could put additional racks inside the corral and utilize that space, which is really underused. People don't picnic there. They don't use it except to walk through. So I think that would be an appropriate use of that space.
So would it be the same number of spots in the racks as currently?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and right now there's a waiting list of 40 for Gull Pond?
Yes, they're approximately 40, because they come in every day.
Okay, so to me, it would make sense to try to install some additional racks, because I know that it's only becoming more and more popular to have kayaks. But I would also say that it makes a lot of sense to have multi-level racks, because it reduces the overall size that's needed for them.
Right, but the flip side of the multiple level racks is this, and this is what I've learned since we first put them in there over 20 years ago. The high racks are too high for the people who get the rack. The middle racks, their canoes don't fit, and the bottom rack's too low for them to bend over and pick them up. So we can't be switching spots, and then we get people who have a valid reason for needing a bottom or a top or a middle, and it becomes a management challenge for a very small program, actually, to spend all the time trying to do that. And the best way to do it is to have the one level racks, maybe two, but not the three that we have now. But
Yeah.
that's why it'll be funded and then designed to be out for the summer of 2022. 2021 is going to remain the same.
Yeah, it would make sense to me if it was two, because, one of the concerns is the footprint, but we're also struggling with the number of kayaks that are left everywhere by private residents, and
People don't tend to abandon their stuff at the locations where the town has racks, because they know through anecdotal conversation with people who have abandoned their stuff there that it's confiscated, and then they have to pay a fine to get it back.
yeah,
So
that stuff is now
word of mouth
elsewhere.
has been very effective,
Yeah, that stuff is now elsewhere, though. They just relocate to somewhere with less supervision.
Well, I can only speak to those areas that I have authority over.
Okay, because and this is something that the Conservation Commission is looking at too.
Exactly.
But I know Ben Fairbanks is on here. I don't know, maybe he wants to speak to that before we get into the sluice way.
Ben?
Yes. Yeah, no, actually, it was just maybe. I mean, I'm assuming you're on it, but I was just wondering if this was going to come before the Conservation Commission.
Oh, it has to.
Yeah. Okay. No, I assumed that was the case. No, and then so, but just so that I knew personally, but just out of curiosity, but and yeah, I would like if this was reducing the amount of slots for the vessels, then that means, I mean, if people aren't leaving enough, if there's enough space on the racks now, does that actually reduce, like, would we then find a new problem of then people don't have enough slots on only the one level kayak racks?
Well, we did the math and there's 106 spots at Gold Pond on the racks. And if you have, right now, on the one level racks, each spot is 48 inches across, so you can put 2 kayaks on it or one, decent sized canoe. And it's flexible that way. So I don't think we're going to have a problem with spacing. It will take more, it'll be a bigger footprint, but that footprint will be determined and then brought before the CONSCOM for their input, and whatever required paperwork needs to be filed. But this is going to happen over the winter, so it's not this winter, but a year from now, it'll be finalized. So I think we have time to do it right.
Yeah, that sounds good. So can you give like a rough estimate of what the new capacity will be, by any chance?
Well, our goal was to duplicate the existing capacity. But Ryan just said he wants more. So that's a discussion that hasn't been had yet.
Oh, so we're actually, the capacity is actually being increased, is what you're saying?
Well, not under my plan. Mr. Curley just said that he would like to increase the capacity.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, for the plan that you have, like, what per capacity are you proposing?
106, that would duplicate the capacity we currently have.
Okay.
Same capacity.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. That was my question. Thanks.
Helen?
Yeah, so Ryan, the thing about increasing the capacity, which is already from an environmental point of view kind of overlarge at Gull Pond, has to do with a sluice. It's nice. People get in boats, they take them into the water at Gull Pond. It's all fine, not just kayaks. And they go over to the sluice, and then there are so many people on those 2 tiny beaches. One side of the sluice is National Park Service, one side of the sluice is town-owned. Suzanne, correct me if I'm wrong. And overuse of what should be remote to protect it. On that pond is really serious. It's the biggest pond and we need to have kayak racks there. But I also think it would be nice if there were kayak racks, and there are already in other parts of the town, both on saltwater and freshwater, that would sort of spread out the purpose, would spread out the use. Because what happens in Gull Pond in the summer, how do we protect these places and still share them? I want to share them. We have to share great ponds. I want to do that. But we can't let them be, frankly, raped. And you get enough people and it's that bad. Thank you.
So I would agree with having more racks distributed throughout the town. I think we see, it's kind of the same thing where this summer where we reduced beach capacity, where basically people were finding somewhere else. And we were getting all this out, basically over unintended consequences elsewhere in town. You know, like the end of King Philip was one, Omaha Road, Lieutenant Island. People were finding areas to go. And I think the same thing is happening with you know, kayaks and canoes. I think we should try to find a way to accommodate them, and try to reduce the amount where they're left in random places, basically. So that's it on the kayak racks. If we can, I don't know.
Yeah, I just have one comment real quick about that kayak rack situation. I think it probably makes sense to increase the amount of kayak space somewhat, not dramatically, given that there's a waiting list. But I also think that the limiting factor as far as people using the pond, I mean, when we were kids, Jack's Boat Rental was down there and there was like people like all over the pond, and that's not there anymore. But having been to the sluice several times this summer, because I have a toddler, I didn't find it to be crowded with kayakers at all.
I didn't either. I was out there fly fishing.
The thing is that the parking's a limiting factor. People are paying to keep their kayaks there, but they're only using their kayaks when they're there, which is in many cases is people not using them very often, right? I mean, there's a lot of times that people will rent the kayak space and come down for however many times in the summer, and the kayak sits on the rack a lot of times. So it's not like they're all out all day, right?
Yeah, that's correct. If you look at the racks in the summer, maybe 40% of the slots will be empty at any one day. Of those, half are out on the pond in their owners, and the other half are people rent it for the season because that's the only way we rent it, and they'll come down for 2 weeks to their house and just use the rack for the 2 weeks. So it's not 100% of the renters on the pond on a daily basis at all. It's closer to 20%.
So like 20 kayakers out there.
Yeah, at different times of the day. Yeah.
I would say, in my experience going out there, that the use of the pond from when I was young with boats and craft is way down from what it used to be when Jack was there. I mean,
it's decreased.
significantly.
Yeah.
And also that kayaks are not an environmentally destructive mode of transportation on the water, is the other point I'd like to make. So I guess I'm disagreeing with Helen. But I think we can move on from this topic now.
Ryan had another point, I think.
Go ahead.
No.
Not on kayaks. So anything else, Ryan?
Kayaks.
Right, on the sluice.
Okay.
On the sluice, and then a Moby mat possibility.
Okay, sluice, go ahead.
What?
What's a Moby mat?
Wheelchair.
No, it's a, if I could, Mike, it's a rollout mat that's about 60 inches wide, and it provides level footing for people with handicaps or limited mobility to get from place A to place B over sand.
So it basically
Like at Long
provides a
Pond.
way for
Yeah.
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 So let's do the Moby mat first. So I would like, we had talked about this over the summer, trying to find a location for a Moby mat to provide easy access for handicapped people to a beach. And I think that Mayo Beach would make a lot of sense for it because it's the only one that's relatively flat. I don't know. I mean, I've dealt with people in wheelchairs, and it is hard. And I don't know. But at the same time, a lot of people look forward to small moments where they can enjoy, the beach and that kind of stuff. So I would really be interested in trying to find some way to provide them with access. I know that there's some form of access at Long Pond as well.
Yes, it's another product made by Access Mats, who make the Moby Mat type roll, but these are slightly more rigid and they snap together. And what was happening with the existing Moby Mat at Long Pond was, as the water level rose, the end of the Moby Mat was in the water and it became slimy with algae and people were slipping, and
Yeah, so it was unsafe. Yeah.
yeah, so that's why we switched to the more rigid one that can be moved more easily and probably power washed if it has to be, before it gets put down, if it has to be moved.
Okay, is there any way that we could look at having some form of handicap access to, I know there's the beach wheelchair too, but some form of handicap access at like Mayo Beach?
Well, after we talked about it last summer, I went out to Mayo Beach with that specific thought in mind. And there is one of the entrances, the one closer to the old Shellfish building, has actually has a boardwalk about halfway to the beach. Not sure why it only goes halfway to the beach, but that could be extended. Either the boardwalk could be extended with permission of the CONSCOM, or we could buy the rigid version from Access Mats and put that out. Because it's more than just wheelchair bound people. It's people who use a cane, people who use a walker, people who have balance issues. There's a whole, it's way beyond just wheelchair bound beach people, that it's important to provide some kind of level footing for them to get there. So absolutely, I will contact Jay Norton, and he has software that can show me how much I'm going to need. And then we can come up with a plan and a dollar figure and put it in my budget. And then you guys will approve it and we'll be all set.
Or have a town meeting vote on it, so.
Well, it would be in town meeting vote, yes, sir. But you would have to approve it to go into town meeting first. But yeah, that is something that can be done. Just a question of funding it appropriately and getting the Conservation Commission process done also.
Okay. Okay, Helen?
Yeah, so I have been in that category, on a walker, with a cane, bad balance, all those things. And therefore, since we're talking about helpful access, please, please, on my hands and knees, on behalf of all the people that benefit from the stairs at Long Pond, please repair them before the next season. They are my best way of getting in the water. And they, you know, it's been a crazy year and I wasn't thinking, oh, bad DPW, but those stairs are really an important way to get in the water, and particularly during the pandemic. There became only one way to go into Long Pond, which was down at the beach, and that was a longer walk. And it also meant that you passed people coming and going. And please repair the stairs, Suzanne. Please have them repair the stairs.
Well, I will consult with the DPW about the stairs. I think they're dangerous at both ponds that have them. All the ponds.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you mean
Great Pond or
not
Long Pond?
Well, at Great Pond, you have that extraordinarily safe and wonderful set of stairs that's further along.
Right.
That's what I use. Going down immediately from the parking lot, yes, I agree with you. Those are very unsafe because they're allowed to get sort of washed out and they're not level. And you really have to pay attention.
It's on my to-do list to discuss with the DPW.
Thank you. I use both those ponds a lot. Thank you.
Okay, Ryan, did you have something the sluiceway?
Yeah, the sluiceway. So,
we're closing in on 9 o'clock now, so.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
So you're installing an additional gate where it reconnects to Schoolhouse Hill Road.
The gate would be at what I think of as the triangle.
Yeah.
Where Steel Road comes there. If you look there, there's remnants of concrete posts where there used to be a gate. many moons ago when I was a child. And instead of having the Jersey barriers beyond the Bartlett's driveway, and then people drive up and they park illegally, they offload all their stuff, they're loud, they talk, they use the Bartlett's driveway to turn around, and I would move all that activity back to the triangle, put up a gate with 2 locks on it. One would be a town lock, one would be the Bartlett's personal lock, and they could use it to get in and out quite easily during the summer months. I don't think the gate would have to be up during the winter because the Jersey barriers could remain in place, because beyond them, it's becoming vegged in right now. There's no vehicle access beyond them because it's for 6 years it's been allowed to grow in. So it would be an additional gate that would preserve the Bartlett's privacy on their driveway and keep the illegal parking and the people offloading boats and basically being just loud while they're having a good time. The gate is designed that it covers 3/4 of the opening, and there's a wide enough opening for people to walk through carrying their beach gear, portaging a kayak down to launch it in Higgins Pond. You know, it's a pedestrian friendly gate.
Yeah, but on the Schoolhouse Road, you have a thing that says close off duplicate access in the triangle.
That's an elderly plan. I just gave you that as an example of the geography of the area. If you
Okay,
look at the
okay,
plan,
because
it says 1996.
yes, April 19th. Oh, yeah. So I was going to say that doesn't really make a lot of sense, because then it's sometimes really hard to turn around down there.
Right. Well, there were the 3 legs of the triangle: the Steel Road, the lower one, which is Steel Road, it's not labeled, and then the Schoolhouse Hill, and the one that climbs northwest there is just a social trail. It's has not a named road. It's not on the maps, but it's there. So those would all be left intact for maneuvering around that area.
Okay, and because it's a town landing on a great pond, I think we're required for there to be some way for boats to access it.
Not according, I have that section of Mass General Law, which I will scan and send to you because I checked it out.
Okay,
It defines what, and actually all the town landing definition in Mass General Law is for saltwater landings.
There's a requirement for a landing on a great pond in Mass General Law.
Right, but I do not believe that there's a requirement for vehicular access there.
I mean, vehicle access, I mean, I guess that's okay to limit it, but I would be hesitant to block off an area that's a town landing for somebody porting in a canoe or a kayak.
Well, what we're doing is we're adding an extra 40 or 50 feet for them to port it in between where the new gate would be and where the existing Jersey barriers are.
Okay.
It's only a small distance extra. If you're strong enough and able enough to carry your kayak, we're not adding that much to your burden.
Okay. So yeah, that was just, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I hear you, but it eliminates a lot of potential for illegal parking and illegal activity or annoying activities, I guess I should say.
Yeah, and I think you said that you were going to make the spots a little longer so that if somebody parks a pickup truck, that they don't block off half the.
Yeah, the seashore is going to do that because the assistant health and conservation agent, Doug Guili, drives a really big truck, and he was saying, I can't even get half my truck in there.
Yeah,
so
block it completely off for everybody.
They're going to make them deeper so they can, they'll move their fencing deeper off the road that runs north, the trail that runs northwest there.
Okay, and I have a question about this area, and it's not about parking, I guess. It's that the path down to the sluice to the landing, is that town owned, that path?
No, that is seashore. Our property ends at hang on, let me get my pen. I believe that the trail belongs to the town through, passing and repassing, but the actual ownership of the sluiceway on both sides is National Seashore. Ours stops at Higgins Pond, but I'd have to double check my maps.
My question really is the trail, and can we do something about the amount of poison ivy that's on it? Because it's to the
Talk to the conscom and see what we can do about poison ivy. We know we can't broadcast spray there. I don't know
No.
what we can do about it.
maybe we can get a goat or something.
Yeah, we can call him
I'm
Sluice.
kind of kidding, but I'm kind of joking. But like, it's actually getting to the point where, people are. I'd be curious to know how many people are getting severe poison ivy from that path who just don't really know what they're stepping into.
Yeah,
It's
it's
really bad. It's
Oh, I agree. I don't even go out there in my flip flops and my shorts anymore. I just can't.
yeah.
I can't.
Yeah. Well, hopefully AmeriCorps is not on this call, but maybe AmeriCorps can do it.
Maybe they can have goats.
All right, moving on.
That's the end of my.
Helen. Helen, go ahead.
She's
Do you have another
muted.
comment? You're muted.
Yeah, well, I asked to be unmuted. Hi, thank you. The poison ivy keeps the squares away. Anything we can do to keep there from being a dense use of that beach, I think we should do, because we need to protect that piece of the environment as much as we need to enjoy it as people.
We probably should put up signs that say poison ivy. That would be a kind to start with.
That's a good thing. And the only way you can get rid of poison ivy is manually if you want to. I did it here on this property recently. But it upsets me in a way, given how it's growing back there since there have been no vehicles, to hear any one of us discussing needing to take a vehicle in there. You can put boats in over on the other side of Gull Pond to go fishing. It doesn't take hardly any time at all, even in a kayak or a canoe or a rowboat, to get across Gull Pond to get to Higgins. And I think we should think first of all about the place that isn't a person. Okay, I just showing up there this summer and seeing like people, not only were they not 12 feet apart, but the entire beach was covered with people, chock-a-block. And it just can't withstand that. It can't take it.
I never saw that.
Thank you.
I was out there fly fishing a number of times. Usually there was
Well,
one person fly fishing on the other side and I'm fly fishing on the other, and there's a few kayaks that go through the sluice to get to the other pond.
I think it was timing, because I did see that. And then I heard reports of it from the people that live right there, not the Bartletts, but when I went to the Guapaka thing. Anyway, just saying, let's think about it and enjoy it as we can. Thank you.
Sure. But I still would like to point out that poison ivy is a serious issue. Like when kids get it, it's like, it's not that great. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think we should be using poison ivy as a deterrent. It's not very fun, especially if your kids get bad poison ivy when you're on vacation, and it's an invasive. So it's gotten to the point where it's like a really bad situation back there with poison ivy, where you can be careful and brush up against it. I mean, you got to walk through like you're walking like sideways.
Yeah, and sometimes you get closer to the bank as well, trying to dodge it. So you'd be causing.
That's true also. Circumvent. Yeah, okay. Well, let's just move on because it's getting late now. So long pond conversation. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay. All right, so discussion and updates on town finances. Maria?
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, it's good. It's getting a little late. I am, as usual, going to defer to Miriam. With, my thanks to Miriam and the finance team. I've been seeing folks walk around with piles and piles of envelopes, and it's been an all-hands effort downstairs to take in the tax bills and get the money in the bank. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and refer to Miriam, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Hey, Miriam.
Hi, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So I quizzed Karen Murphy this afternoon before I left for the day. And in the 2 weeks that the tax bills have been out, we have received $2,855,000 plus. So the we're doing very well as far as tax collection goes. That's about a third of what we intend for this half of the year. And I can vouch for the fact that we get boatloads of mail every day, and we're processing it as quickly as we can. So I'm feeling very good about the finances these days, and the cash flow issue has dissipated as we anticipated it would once we got the tax bills out. So the other issue that I just wanted to speak to briefly is that Lisa Souvet, who we've hired from Brewster, she has been working diligently at basically she's repairing the accounting software, the installation that was done haphazardly. She's fixing the links that were not done correctly, and it's painstaking detail work, but she's working hard at it and doing it methodically. So we are already reaping the benefits of that, and hopefully she she does get a little frustrated with how things are, but they are getting better every day. So we're grateful for her work.
Maria, do we know do we have enough resources allocated for Lisa to stay on? I know there was a certain set number of hours we could pay her without allocating funding some way or something like that.
I believe we do. You've got a differential from the old accountant to proposed one, and the gap in time. It's really essential work, and having a new accountant on to keep everything going forward and sort of direct the correction work. Having those two be able to work in tandem, because we've got to basically go back to when we transferred over from the old software to the new software, and we've got to be able to close out 2020 in order to get our audit done, and also to accommodate any borrowing that we need to do. So, we're going to need to be able to keep Lisa on as long as she's willing to get those corrections made so that we can get our house in order to be able to go forward in a positive direction.
I was just wondering about, originally you had said we had a certain number of, a certain amount of money we could pay her without, it was like so 10, I forget what it was. It equated to a certain amount of hours. I just want to make sure that we can keep her on long enough that she can complete it and help transition a new accountant in.
Yeah, we'll find a way. I had set it up so that if she went over 20, that I needed to be consulted just to make sure that we weren't just going wild. But she's doing an incredible job. It's tedious, detailed work to actually go back and look at individual transactions, and there were accounts that were closed, but things were still being charged to them. Though the transfer over to Vadar was not done in a very tidy way, and she's going back and connecting the dots on all of that, and we need her as long as we can keep her to be able to get that straightened out.
Okay. Anything from the board? Not seeing anything. Okay.
Justina has her hand up.
Justina? Where's she?
She's muted, so.
Okay. I don't see her hand up on the thing either.
Oh, she was waving.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Go ahead.
In addition to the Vadar, will Lisa Souvet be closing out 2020? Maria?
What I'm hoping is, because as you know, we've identified a really great candidate for accountant, that the accountant worked closely with Lisa and she decides what it's most appropriate for Lisa to do.
I see. Thank you.
If that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it from the board. That's what it looks like.
Thank you, Miriam.
Sure thing.
Okay, so finance is into investigation update and discussion. I've been thinking about this, and we're coming up on the holidays, and I don't think that this is something that always, for me, this was about getting a report together about what happened, sort of when it happened, how long it was going on, and sort of the reasons behind it, and then issuing a report. But I don't think we need to deal with this right now, especially right before the holidays. So I would just like to take no action right now.
Just something really quick. Because we're the next or not the next one, because we're having one on Friday, but the meeting on the 16th, we are meeting with the FinCom. I was wondering if it might make sense to try to address this issue then, so that we get like a representative of the FinCom and then like a representative of the Select Board, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we can talk to Fred. I'll talk to Fred.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
So when last we'd heard from Fred and you, there was not to be a joint meeting on the 16th, and that would be pushed back.
Oh, that's right.
Departments have met with they've met with all the departments, the FinCom, so that joint meeting will happen in January, February. So if you all want to have another select board meeting this month, we need to figure that out. Like,
No,
now.
I don't think we do.
Okay.
It depends on anybody else, but I think we're okay. And I think actually that like there's no need to do anything before the holidays, and give Lisa a chance to sort of go through and do what she's doing too,
Fix the installation first, and otherwise you're just looking at a broken installation.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. So, Helen.
Yeah, wait a minute. We have a meeting on the 22nd, don't we?
No, we do not. It would be the 4th Tuesday, but because the meeting of the 16th was scheduled and that's the week of Christmas, the official last meeting would have been the 16th. If you want,
wait a minute.
That's the schedule that's been
Hold on,
posted.
guys. Yes, I know,
The
but
second,
I wasn't looking at it.
the second meeting of December has always been.
Yeah, see,
Okay. The chair.
well, always, over the years, it's been many different things.
Okay, but in this year and last year.
Hold on a minute.
Okay, we're holding.
Yes, but wait a minute. Hold on. Do we really want there to be, well, we're meeting on Friday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but we're meeting on only 2 things or maybe 3.
Yeah.
But do we really want 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks between meetings? I certainly don't. I don't think that's a good idea at all.
Can I?
And particularly going into season.
Going into what season?
Okay,
What season?
budget season.
Oh, budget. season.
Budget. We have a whole bunch of extra meetings coming up because it's going to be budget season. And that's too long between meetings. You know, I would say that on the very least, we should meet on Tuesday, the 29th. Or, well, we all do the holidays differently, but
We've never
we
had a
have
meeting
enough work
holidays.
since you've been working here, Courtney. Okay,
Right,
and
so
I hear you. You're right about it.
It seemed to me, Helen, though, that
But
the
we could
chair has
meet-
already spoken that we're not having a meeting on the 16th. So, as you know, I'm leaving, so my last day is the 17th. So a meeting on the 22nd.
I know.
We'd need to post before I go. So this kind of is a discussion, and I think it's really the chair's decision as to whether we're having another meeting.
Well, we
Our
can
chair
discuss it,
and
but I don't know that unless there's like, if a reason were to come up that we needed to have a meeting over the holidays, then I guess we could call that meeting, but I'm not sure if we should just have a meeting because we're not meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I tend to
No.
agree that that period of time between the 25th of December and the 2nd of January, you know, a lot of staff take that time off and they need a break right now. You know, if there's
Now,
something that came up that had some immediacy, you know, we would certainly call upon you to meet if there was something that had that level of urgency. But we sort of planned for this gap in time.
Mike, there's a simple way to.
Hold
Helen is
on,
talking.
Justina, Helen, hold on. Justina, go ahead.
Well, I think there's a simple way to solve it. I appreciate Helen's fervor about meetings, but I think agenda items can be submitted as usual to the chair, and then the chair can look at the items and decide if we can safely postpone. I'm a big believer that taking a hiatus recharges one's batteries. These have been long meetings. We've had extra meetings and a lot of difficult topics. And I, for one, think that the board might benefit from a break, and Maria's new, she might benefit from a break, and we can all take a breather. Everyone's been working hard. And so Mike can take a look at the agenda, and if there's nothing that can't wait, then let's have an early Christmas present and skip that holiday meeting. That would be my vote.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm still working to schedule the conversation with the folks from the DCR and the DOT regarding the bike trails. You know, had a nice meeting with both of those groups to sort of plan for a conversation with all of you. But, you know, that would be probably after the first of the year, you know, so you'd be adding that meeting too.
Yeah, those guys aren't gonna meet over the holidays, so.
No,
Mike?
they really want to be able to prepare for, you know, a good conversation with you and make sure that you have something to look at.
Go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, I was at no point thinking that we should meet between Christmas, the 25th, and Christmas is a big thing for some people, and the 1st. I completely agree with Maria about that. I was simply highlighting what happens when this board doesn't meet for 4 weeks. And I think what Justina said was right. In other words, let's see what kind of agenda items accrue and take a look at it. And we could possibly have a meeting on the 22nd, but not everybody starts celebrating in the same way. And I do respect that week between the 25th and New Year's Day. I think that that is generally a time when people take a break, and I'm all for that. I'm just not for 4-week gap. It's not fervor, it's just impatience with really long agendas. Thank you.
Yeah.
And Courtney, it's up to all of us if we want to meet, and the chair has been very good about, you know, not being autocratic about that. I really respect that. And I'm going to miss you, Courtney, terribly, but we'll probably be in touch before you leave. Thank you.
Okay, so let's leave it as if we need to call a meeting, we can call a meeting, but not between Christmas Eve and
New Year's.
not between the 22nd and New Year's Day. And so let's just put that off the table. But if we need to call a meeting in the other times between there because there's something urgent, we can certainly do so. But let's not schedule one.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll stay in touch. If there's something that comes up that has some urgency, you'll hear from me.
Okay. All right, so let's go on to, where are we? The vehicle capital improvement plan requests and replacement cycle.
Yep.
Go ahead, Ryan.
So there's actually a select board policy on vehicle rollover or vehicle replacements. And it's not being followed in the current capital improvement plan. Basically, it's to provide additional information on the vehicles, the mileage. I can pull up, it even has a form included in the policy that's supposed to be filled out. I felt that in the spring when we were reviewing the warrant, that we often didn't have much information on the vehicles that we were replacing. I think a lot of other people felt the same way. You know, we weren't really sure what condition the vehicles were in, how needed was it, you know, or you know, really, you know, how many miles were on a vehicle. And a lot of times the forms, they actually cut off a lot of the explanation for the capital improvement plan. But I also wanted to talk about the vehicle replacement cycle. So for most town departments, it's 5 years for replacing vehicles. For the police department, it's every 4 years. And so for instance, the police department, we get that funky every 3 year, every 4 years or 3 years that we are replacing 2 police cruisers instead of 1. So instead of having like a steady, you know, that we're replacing 1 every year, we get this funky one where 1 year it's double the request of the year before. I think, but also at the same time, I would like it to be more based on the condition and the expected maintenance costs of a vehicle and the depreciation, rather than just being arbitrarily saying, oh, it's this vehicle is more than, you know, a certain number of years old. You know, it's time to replace it. Just to make the best use of the taxpayers' dollars. And I definitely want more information, and for the select board rollover policy to be followed. I don't know, anybody else?
Yeah, no, I think that
Chairman,
it's a good idea to have the, I think it's a good idea to have them follow the policy. But I think also there is some sort of, it's not arbitrary, the years that are set on that, like, and I can tell you firsthand right now, as the owner of 3 15-year-old vehicles that go out on the tide every day, that my maintenance costs outweigh the cost of buying a new vehicle, and for some reason I keep doing it anyway. But I think that we do need the information. I think when it comes down to the time to do these, it's a lot easier if we have this information written out, and this form filled out, and sort of approving it going on the warrant. So I think that's important, because sometimes we just get, you know, like it's time, and it's good to have the, you know, because sometimes, you know, vehicles that are low mileage and it's corroded, like shellfish department vehicles, or those things get hammered. So they might have very low miles and be just, and anything driven in the salt roads or whatever from the DPW. But yeah, I mean, I tend to agree generally that, like, sometimes a vehicle is not past its useful life and might have high miles. It might be kind of old, but doesn't need to be traded in. So I think it's good to have this policy be used. Go ahead, Maria, you had something?
I just wanted to say, you know, I sort of shared it around with the bigger departments to get the feedback about, you know, why we, you know, didn't do it the last couple of years. You know, I've worked in places where we used an American Public Works Association standard. There are some standards that fire departments and police departments use. You know, give us a chance to maybe look at this form, because some of the information might be more useful to be highlighted to you than others, and let us, you know, fine tune it a little bit to make sure that the information that you're getting really has something to do with the vehicles. I do like, you know, when we're requesting a vehicle to be replaced, for you to get a picture of that vehicle, so you have a sense of, you know, which specific vehicles we're talking about. So I think we could fine tune this a little bit and make it maybe a little more useful, maybe even than what you were using before. And let us tweak it a little bit and see if you like what we come up with.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to put manufacturer protected lifespan and then the anticipated lifespan based on New England weather and salt too. Kind of be maybe an arbitrary answer right there too.
It is and it isn't. You know, the Public Works Association and some others, you know, they take those things into account. You know, not all vehicles should just be automatically 5 years.
Yeah, MassDOT also has standards, but
Helen?
Hi. Yeah, so little institutional memory tweak. This rollover policy was created mainly by Dennis Murphy before he went on the select board. He was on the FinCom. And if you remember, I ask typically when we get a request for one of these big bucks town vehicle purchases, I say, has this been gone through, has the rollover policy been applied? And I get a yes. Well, you know, after this happened the last time, I thought to myself, I want to see the form filled out because I'm familiar with this form. You know, the first year it was created, I was on the board with Dennis, I think. And it's good. And if the police department or the DPW wants to have a new vehicle or a new to them vehicle, we need to see this and the FinCom needs to see it. Absolutely. Everybody gets a copy. We get to look at it and apply our various levels, degrees of knowledge about vehicles, or we can ask a friend who knows more. I agree with Maria that it would be nice in the case of the things that, for example, the DPW asks for, which some of us may know what they are and what they look like, and some of us may not, and the public may not, same thing, that we get a picture. Police cruiser, not so much, but fire department, DPW, oh yes. Last thing is, the shellfish department is supposed to wash off the bottom of their trucks, right, with fresh water after use. And there's a whole maintenance protocol for them. I don't know if it's on paper. We could ask Nancy Chavetta. But yeah, those vehicles get more of a certain kind of use that corrodes them around here. But they're also supposed to get a certain kind of maintenance routinely to keep them from going south as quickly as they want. So let's have the
Nancy about that, and they do wash the bottom of the trucks before you.
Yeah, she told me that too. And I take her at her word. I'm sure they do.
Well, in the winter time too, there's not always access to water. Rich Polly? Hey, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. To briefly share an experience. And I'm all for following the policy, but there needs to be some leeway. There certainly needs to be some flexibility. in 2013, when I was hired, we had a 2005 Chevy Tahoe, which was the fire chief's command vehicle. I was scheduled, and I did go to a 2-week prearranged educational class in Maryland. And before we took the car to Maryland, which I was going to drive down with it, we had it into the mechanic, and it was condemned because basically the body was rotting off the chassis, and they towed the car back to the fire station. And that vehicle was only 7 years old. So the police department had a spare vehicle the same year that then Police Chief Fassett offered for me to take and to utilize until we could replace the vehicle. And that vehicle was condemned also. So with all due respect to this conversation and the board members, please listen to your department head when we talk about vehicle replacements. We need clarification. Is this on staff vehicles? Is this on engines? Is this on ambulances? What exactly does this entail? Because it hasn't been clear in the 8 years that I've been here. And we're more than happy, I know I'm more than happy to give you the information, and it's all transparent, but we just need clarification. And I would agree with the town administrator that it's time to look at that form, tweak it, tweak what you're looking for information, so you have the best information. But it's not based upon mileage solely. It's based upon a lot of New England and certainly Cape Cod seawater and corrosion. And that's been our experience. And just to also mention, my second year here, we bought a undercarriage washing machine that every time you go out onto Lieutenant Island or any one of the vehicles is subject to any salt water. It's a standard procedure before the vehicle goes back into the garage or goes back into service. It is the undercarriage is washed consistently by the crew, and that has helped. It has helped, but it doesn't solve the whole problem. So again, I'm more than happy as a department to give the board certainly the information they need, but we need to make sure that we're taking a look at this from the whole big picture and be very clear on this as to what your thoughts are and what your questions are. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chief. I think that definitely honing it. I think really what the board cares about is it going to cost? Is it going to cost more in maintenance, or than it's worth to replace? Like, what's going to be the determining factor should be whether the vehicle is in an acceptable condition to hold on to it. And basically for me, it's just nice to have something filled out when it comes up that I've already looked at, right? Before having to ask you a million questions when a department head comes before us. So I think tweaking it sounds like a good idea. And really, the crux of the situation is, I'm not someone who, when I do it with my own vehicles, it's my own money, but this is taxpayer money. So it matters, I spend money on vehicles that outweigh the value of the vehicle, which is just ridiculous. So at a certain point, you have to just replace vehicles when it financially makes sense to replace them, because over time they get more expensive to keep than the cost of replacement. So I think that's really the crux of the issue. Helen?
Yeah, so Chief Pauly, I'm not sure if you actually saw the document or that if you have it before you. The basis of the document, the reason for the document is certainly not to remove judgment about what to finally do when you have all this information. In other words, there's no disqualifying information on here that you could fill in. Do you see what I'm saying? It really is about the specific vehicle, the specific situation, the specific use. But to agree with Mike, everybody on the FinCom and on this board needs to have a good starting place before a meeting so that we really see what kind of animal we're talking about. And I don't think this needs tweaking at all. It got tweaked quite a bit when it was created, and there's everything you would want to know. And then there's a lot of wiggle room once we know it. That's the point of the document. We don't need to make it more lenient because we can have everything on paper that looks like we should keep it another couple of years, and we can decide not to. But we only do it after we have the information, because believe me, before that, there was stuff that was happening just like magic thinking about vehicles. People didn't know enough, and you can't expect everybody, for example, on the FinCom to know the same amount about cars and trucks and DPW equipment. So I don't think it needs to be tweaked, guys. I think it needs to be applied in a sensible, reasonable, intelligent way. And we can do that. And the FinCom can do that. Thank you.
Justina, I think you have your hand up. You haven't spoken on this
Yeah,
yet.
I think Maria had kindly offered to take a look at the policy and get some feedback from the department head. So that seemed like a good way to leave it. I think it's good Ryan brought it up, and we've had some good comments tonight. So maybe we could possibly consider leaving the ball in Maria's court and maybe moving on.
And maybe that we come back to you and say, everything that you need's in there, let us add a little something. So just let us poke at it a little bit, and just to make sure that, you know, the information that the department heads want you to have, we're not trying to take any information away from you, but to make sure that it's a clear picture of the actual condition of the vehicle and its safety and its functionality.
Yeah, I mean, on the other end of that, to Chief Polly, we've seen, you know, vehicle replacements not go through when they've really needed to be replaced. And so I kind of feel like the more information, the better. Especially with the people who are driving these vehicles, who are getting them in them regularly, are intimately familiar with the vehicle, you know, so they know when it's, you know, gone too far. Ryan?
Yeah, so so what should we do with the capital improvement plan that's already been reviewed, but not by us? Do we want to apply this to this year's capital improvement plan? Because some of the capital improvement requests for vehicles just say it's at its service cycle for the vehicle.
I don't think it would take, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but I don't know that it would take us all that much to go back and provide you with more information about the vehicles that we're requesting to replace. Sorry, department heads, but you know, if it helps us make our case with you, let us do that.
Well,
You know,
I think, sorry.
We had a few vehicles, you know, that, well, we had a few vehicles that didn't get approved at town meeting last year that really should have. You know, I would rather see you vet them thoroughly early enough in the process that we actually don't put them on the town meeting as individual vehicles one at a time, you know, so that we can sort of lump together things that belong together, you know, just as a way of, in some ways, endorsing the fact that you're aware that, you know, we've justified the need to replace the vehicle. So we'd be happy to do the work up front if it helps it on the other end.
Okay, and the other thing is, if there's like a serious problem area, you know, include a photo of it so that you can say, well, there's the problem right there, you know.
Sure, here are the holes in the chassis or the rusted out frame.
Here's the brackets on the frame that are about to fall off, and you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, we can do
would
that.
help. So
Be happy to.
I guess what's the consensus of the board for, because I have a motion written.
Well, right now, this is the policy of the board of the select board. So I don't think you have to make your motion even for this to just still be the policy. It's not being implemented, I guess. But I'm not opposed to, town administrator and departments having a second look at it and bringing it back to us to see. But I think, in the end, I think it's just good to have, whatever information beforehand so that, we don't drag out the meetings when it comes to these kinds of things. If we have the information, I think it'll be clear. And, sometimes there's vehicles that don't need to be replaced, but I don't like to see when vehicles do need to be replaced, not getting replaced. So.
And to add to that, I also don't like.
Forgive me.
Hold on. Chief Polly has his hand up again. I just want to let him speak one more time. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify Ms. Wilson's question, I'm very familiar with the form. I filled it out last year. We filled out in the past. In the whole situation that we're dealing with to try to get things moved forward this year, because we're on a very shorter time frame with everything that's going on. I'm more than happy to submit it again for the two vehicles that we're seeking to replace. One is the command car, which should have been replaced 2 years ago, but it has not been. Yep. And one is to replace an ambulance, which is going to take 18 months to build once it's submitted to you for your confirmation or for your approval, between 6 months to town meeting and then another 8 to 12 months to build that out. So again, more than happy to do that. And I hear what everyone's saying. I just think that, again, I agree with the town administrator. Let's just try to tweak this form. We'll get the department heads can give you the information that we have presently. And we can tweak the form if we need to. But we need to, when it comes to replacing a fire engine or an ambulance, I need 18 months from the beginning of the process to when the vehicle's delivered. So I can't be taking, again, we need that leeway to make sure that we have that process in place, because we can't wait till something falls off the chassis before it needs to be replaced, with all due respect.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So
Helen?
Mike, can I speak?
Yes.
Yeah, so Ryan, as Mike said, this has to be applied to any vehicle department vehicle across the board. It's a policy that's in place. And if you want to add some information requirements here, that would be fine, but there's not one single thing on this policy in terms of information that's requested that I don't want to see. And I greatly appreciate what all the departments who wanted new vehicles or pieces of, heavy equipment like the DPW did this year. We all had to give up stuff. And the departments, we all did that together, right? People in their personal lives and also town budget really had to tighten its belt and rearrange things. But I'm hoping going forward, we can go more back to normal. Of course, if something has to be replaced, it should be. But nothing on this form needs to be taken off it. And respectfully, Maria, I think doing one vehicle at a time is important because they're all at different stages and they all have different uses, the vehicles. And I think they need to be looked at one by one. And the only thing I really do want to have differently is that we get these pieces of paper, and so does the FinCom. So we're better informed. And also we listen to what the department head says when it comes up, when we're doing the budget. Thank you.
If I may, what I was suggesting was that we look at them very closely on an individual basis at this stage in the budget process. But when they go on for approval at town meeting, it used to be the practice that things were grouped together rather than individual vehicles. And yeah, that they weren't always necessarily one vehicle at a time.
On the warrant, my experience, in my experience on
point of order, can we move on?
Yeah.
We're getting down into the weeds, and I would like to suggest we let our new TA take a crack at this. I'm sure she has a lot of really good experience. She's made some sensible comments tonight, some new ideas such as the pictures, and we don't have to solve it tonight. We have the existing policy. Let's let Maria take a crack at it and bring it back. And maybe in the interest of it being 9:40, we could move on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, currently it's the policy. So, I mean, I think, you know, it's just a matter of filling out a form. In the end, I think, you know, it's going to come down to the same thing. And it's usually the ballot box that when a vehicle gets approved at town meeting and then doesn't get approved at the ballot box because people weren't at the meeting to hear from the department heads about the issue.
That's going to be a particular problem again this year.
Yeah.
Because I imagine that we'll have town meeting, but we'll still have some of the COVID restrictions going on at that time.
Let's do the best we can to get the most thorough information out to people as we possibly can.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's move on. Can we take no action here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Town administrator's report?
COVID-19 updates.
Oh, COVID-19 updates, that's right. Yep. Go ahead, Justina.
Yeah, I have a quick update, not update, but I want to get some closure with Maria about something we talked about last meeting about the Board of Health mandatory safety requirements in town hall and mask wearing. And I know the good news is that after the meeting 2 weeks ago, we're all on the same page in town hall, and Maria, you seem to be doing great with it. So first I wanted to start out with the positive. But I do have a question. The reason that I brought up last Board of Selectmen meeting is I wanted to give you a chance to get some candor, at least for me, with you one-on-one for the sake of our work relationship. And I want to just say, I've been thinking about this. I think COVID has thrown us all for a loop. I mean, we've been told that we're all dealing with COVID fatigue. It's just hard. And it hits us all in different ways. It can create, you know, irrational behavior. So I did give you a chance to speak up about your personal feelings about the mask rule, because I thought maybe you had some reasons that, you know, that it just wasn't your cup of tea. And I did feel you and I connected with candor. I really did. I think you're a straight shooter. I am, maybe too much. But I didn't really understand the answer you gave me. What you had told me that the Board of Selectmen information wasn't current last meeting about the gap in the mask in your mask compliance. Can you let me know what you meant?
So we've talked about this, I want to say for 4 meetings.
Pardon?
And you know, I'm saying 4. Maybe I'm wrong. So were you showing 4 or 5 there, Helen? So 4. So we've talked about it for 4 meetings. You know, after, you know, the first feedback from the board regarding the policy regarding, you know, what we're calling the training manual, the information that Hillary had worked on with the Board of Health. You know,
Right,
I
that
wear a
was on
mask
either
or,
the
you know,
13th.
something covering my face when I'm in public areas of town hall. So if that's what you mean, you know, there may be occasions where people slip up, but the people that, you know, I sit across from the bathroom, you know, the people that I see coming and going to the bathroom or the mail room, because, you know, everybody in the building goes in there probably once a day. You know, everybody that I'm seeing is wearing something over their face.
Yeah, well, I think the concerns were more about your own particular feelings about your mask usage. And
I'm doing it too.
yeah, well, the comment last meeting was about that the Board of Selectmen info wasn't current, was in the context of your own mask wearing and what your own feelings might be.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Christina, because, you know, at the time of the last meeting, whenever that was, 2 or 3 weeks ago, you know, I've been wearing a mask in all the public places, town hall, just like everyone else.
Yeah. Okay.
So-
Well, I
so
got
that-
different feedback on that. So I'm not going to beat a dead horse because I know that things have changed and you're where you need to be. My purpose in bringing it up is 2 things. We're a small community, so we have to be straightforward with each other because we just do. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide in Wellfleet, and I think it was hard for you to come to terms with compliance with the policy. And so I'm just going to encourage you, if you don't like a policy, I think that you should tell the select board straight on, you know, just like, look, you passed this policy and I'm having a trouble with it, or I don't like it, or look, I run town hall and I'm the sheriff, and, you know, whatever it is, let's have it out, you know, let's not have it be, you know, something that we can't work on together, because we hired you to run our town, and we want to hear from you. We want candor. I want candor. And if you
No,
don't
we've-
feel like saying it in front of
You know, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I mean, we've got a process for making policies, and it's my intention to be in compliance with the policy. If there is a situation where I may, you know, think that maybe we should go in a different direction, I'm going to tell you. And I gave you that feedback in my very first discussion when we talked about that training manual. And, you know, the board decided what that policy is, and I'm in compliance with it. Beyond that, you make your case and you move on, and I'm fine.
Well,
Yeah,
we're
I'm-
saying it's hard for you to come aboard as a TA and get to know us all as a series of digital postage stamps on a Zoom meeting.
Yeah,
And I'm
Hollywood
old
Squares. Yeah, for
I'm
sure. And you know, I appreciate, you know, the small amounts of time that we do get to talk as individuals, or, you know, out on the front steps or in front of the elevator.
Sure.
You know, those make a difference to me too. But certainly, you
Well,
know,
we're all sort of-
I comply just like everybody else does.
Well, we're all stuck here being in Hollywood Squares until we get this vaccine out, you know, these digital meetings, but we all have phones. You're welcome to call any of us, or certainly call me anytime. And if there's something you don't like, you know, we hired you to be in charge. So this was more a meeting about candor and straightforward, and me explaining to you why I brought this particular issue up was to encourage you to, you know.
Well, in all honesty, you know, just to sort of go on with the discussion related to where we are now, and I'm not sure if Hillary's on the meeting or still awake. You know, their guidance came out today from the governor's office. You know, and Hillary and I, you know, talk every few days about, you know, sort of where we are with things. And, you know, we're looking at, you know, having to be dynamic about this. You know, that there's a good chance that with the state of things and the increases in the cases across the state, that we're gonna go back to having everybody who can work from home again, just for staff safety. You know, there have been a number of folks, because of the nature of their job in town hall and finance related, that you know, they haven't been able to do that the way other people have been. And you know, we're looking hopefully to bring on an accountant when we have discussion later in the week, who has been working from home in her, accounting work. And I want to see, where we need to go with this to keep everybody safe and productive and still providing the services to the community that we need to do. But, things are going to change and be pretty fluid. But there's a good chance that, as we watch the governor's office dial things back, to previous levels of protection, that, we're gonna go further backward rather than forward in terms of, letting folks work from home again just for their own safety.
Yeah, no, I don't envy you. It's going to be a challenging 6 months. Well, thanks, Maria. Thanks for letting me have this conversation with you in our Hollywood Squares format. And thanks a lot.
Ryan?
Yes, so I'm really glad that you are planning for the possibility of having staff working remote again. In light of the trends that we're seeing, I think it's really good that you're planning that now. So I was wondering if we should close the town offices to the public until our next regularly scheduled meeting in light of the increasing COVID numbers. I know right now they're open by appointment only. I don't really know how many people come in.
Very, very few.
Very
Very few. I would say a handful a day or less. Very few people. And honestly, staff has done a remarkable job, both town hall staff and other departments, of being able to accommodate people without them coming to the building. So, we had, I looked at the little pickup box outside town hall today, and there's probably envelopes in there for 20 different people. So if there's information that people request that we can provide it for them without them coming in our building, that's how staff's been doing it. I would say, five people might be high on most days. Some days are maybe less than that. We're really not getting very many people coming into the building.
Okay.
And it's locked.
So would it make any sense at all to close it to the public right now or not?
I'd say it's almost closed now. It's but I don't know that we'd be changing much, to be honest with you, sir.
Okay. And then with the pickup box, is there enough room in there for everything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just letter envelopes.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, so we're applying what we were looking at the beginning of the summer. I don't know if you remember that meeting where one of us said, the reason we have to keep having this on the agenda is that it's breaking news all the time. And we're doing a good job here. I think we've gotten used to flexing, adjusting to this as it unfolds. It's just gotten worse. We're still having EMT meetings once a month. We could have them twice a month maybe. But the point is, what I just heard from Maria, which is reassuring, is that we all have the news. There are more cases. I at least saw it coming. A lot of us did, for a variety of reasons. And they're going to probably get worse because people are all the things we've discussed. COVID weary, cold weather, so on and so forth. And the virus is developing so that it can live better with us for its own purposes. It's mutating. And reading about the 1918 pandemic, I have to say there's a whole section on what this kind of virus does. And it's doing it. It's getting better at surviving and finding new hosts. And it's going to go on for a while. And what Maria said to me was a breathable solution. The most important thing is no more staff meeting people at the door of town hall, for example, I hope this happens in the other town buildings, without a mask on, or letting anybody in without a mask, and limiting the number of people who come in at all. I think we've changed about that. It's reassuring to me. And I would just ask the town administrator and the health agent, who's not here, bless her heart, why should she be this late at night, to keep monitoring the other building units, particularly the ones that struck the 3 people from the health department and the Board of Health who did those site visits as problematic. And to make sure that distancing and mask wearing are kept up in those building units. Because it isn't just town hall that's sick of it. It isn't just town hall where people can get sick. So if we could, just be on it. And I'm going to say it again, the next month is going to be the worst in terms of transmission. Thank you. Here.
Hopefully soon, instead of this, we'll be discussing vaccine distribution plans. That's something I'm looking forward to.
Okay. I guess, can we move on from this now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Select board reports?
I just have one. I went to the same Massachusetts Shellfish Initiative meeting that Mike did and Nancy Chavetta did. And I want to thank Mike for stepping up to be the only, person who does shellfish farming on a not massive commercial scale. I mean, you got a good business, but you know what I mean. To work on this special subcommittee they decided to form. And I spoke up during that meeting, which had a lot of people at it, and said it would be great if the public could listen in on that work meeting, because a lot of those discussions, which are often pivotal in terms of the direction this whole set of concerns is going in, happen in those meetings. And I said to Dan McKiernan, who's sort of heading, he was the person who was at the head of that meeting, the MSI meeting. I said, you don't have to let us participate, but really it is the most efficient way, particularly if it's recorded, for people to understand what you're deciding. It saves a lot of time. And what's wrong with transparency? You can cut it short by not having audience participation. So I hope he heard me, and I'm thinking of reaching out to Peak about this as an individual on the select board, and to say, for God's sake, let those meetings be attended by people who are not in that group. I found portions of it worrisome. The one piece of information in an answer to a question I asked is that what was created before this group, which my understanding is it's temporary. They're focusing very hard on one set of things, supposedly. And then it's going to go back to being the state's Shellfish Advisory Panel, which existed before, which is a much more wholesome entity. And Bob Wallace used to be on it from here. But we should keep an eye on that, and we should keep an eye on keeping it going, because that was truly something that wasn't about huge amounts of privatization of the shellfish industry, which really has a different application in every municipality. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, I went to the Comprehensive Wastewater Planning Committee meeting today. A lot of the subjects are still the same, but I did ask if the committee could come before the select board sooner rather than later. And Kurt suggested maybe sometime in January. I guess that's also a topic for a future agenda. I don't know. So it's kind of mixed together.
We'll put it down. You don't have to bring it up again.
Yep. Okay. So
Okay.
that's my report.
So yeah, I don't have a report right now. So I think we can move on unless somebody else has something. Town administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mhm.
So as usual, by the time we get to mine, we cover most of the things I have in here. I'm just scanning through it so I don't cover ground twice. So I'll skip down to the bottom of my report where we talk a little bit about personnel matters. Courtney Butler, who has done a fabulous service to the town, is going to be leaving to take another position, as you know. That position's been advertised. Rebecca Eldridge has stepped up, and certainly we will compensate her, but she's going to be working also with Mia to help cover the Zoom meetings and to keep the wheels turning and make sure that we're moving in the right direction while we seek to fill Courtney's position. Kevin McCarthy, the DPW foreman, that was mentioned at the last meeting, but the information sort of overlapped my report. He's leaving to take another position in another community, or another position, I'm not sure if it's another community. His position should be advertised sometime this week. The harbor master position, the job descriptions for the harbor master and the assistant harbor master are from the 80s. And as much as I like the 80s, I think we need to update those because they're completely inconsistent with all of the format and the duties and all of those things. So I've been working with, well, two of the harbor masters that I've worked with for years, got their job descriptions, but also working with the gentleman from Chatham, who's probably one of the most respected harbor masters on the Cape. And we'll be bringing updated version of the harbor master and probably the assistant harbor masters, and really take an opportunity to kind of look at all those positions since we're, dipping our toe in that water, to the personnel board, because that's sort of the process. They need to go to them to be looked at. We're not looking to add anything new, but we're looking to make sure that it captures what the responsibilities are and what the certifications and requirements and experience are. So once those get done, we will, go through the process to update those positions. And then the last one on the personnel matters, as you know, we're going to have a discussion, if you choose to, about our recommendations for really great candidate that we have for town accountant. So, and then the other thing I'll add is I have been in discussions with the project managers and engineers and designers from DCR, Department of Conservation and Recreation, and the State Department of Transportation, trying to get everybody together so that we can have a productive meeting with you on the status of bike trail projects through town, and the status of those and what your options are, and things to be considered. And because it's going to take them a little bit of time, there's a lot of players, and actually a couple projects that I wasn't actually aware of. We'll probably look to do that sometime just after the holidays so that you can have a productive discussion with them. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you. I forget what I was going to ask you, so forget it. It's late.
Mike?
Yep, go ahead, Helen.
Hi, through you to Maria. Maria, don't forget to contact also Brian Carlstrom, because he's going to be in on that round table. That was one of the most important components of getting us all together. We met with him individually, but we all need to be in the same room together for the first time. And his schedule is very full because there's only one of him, as opposed to the DCR and the DOT. Okay, thank you.
I remembered. I just wanted to reiterate the hiring process for the town accountant. We only have a veto. We don't interview that person or anything like that. So, I mean, you're the hiring authority. It's just sometimes a formality. It has been used before the veto, but generally it's just a sort of on the agenda so that if there is a problem, then it can be brought forward by a board member and then usually discussed. And then, I don't want to say that it always results in taking no action, but our action is not to hire or to approve. It's just a veto that could be used. So generally, I've never been involved with anything that has resulted in a veto, but I know that it has happened in the past. Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate that. No, I understood. I think you're going to be impressed.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Helen, do you have your hand up still?
Yeah, I have been involved in one of those, and the goof up was that our very smart, well-informed Harry Turkanian, who was TA, forgot about the 14 days. And it was a mess. And we didn't, in fact, hire that person. So it's a good thing to observe the formality. It'll go by, like in a split second, but it has to be observed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we're on topics for future discussion. We've got one that is wastewater. It's always a topic for future discussion. And Ryan, you got another one?
Yeah, I would like to finish with the cemetery commission. I just don't like leaving things hanging out there. So.
And what do you mean finish? What do we have to do?
I don't know. Discuss the issues with them, have them before us. Potentially, maybe try to recover some of the monies that was spent for inadequate work. I don't know if it's possible or not, but I know that some of the other town committees have also discussed recovery.
Okay. Helen?
Yeah, I would tag on to that and say, to repair relations with them, we've clarified things certainly, and to see what decisions should be made going forward, to hear from them, because it's their bailiwick. So my topics for future discussion, I brought one up earlier. The planning board, without us being unpleasant about it, might do well if every member on it received a reminder of who they are without us telling them how to vote or telling any individual person on there that they have to be a certain way that we think they should be in order to be appointed. They have to respect the process. But that's all we can really weigh in on. So I have a slight
new topic. What's the topic, Helen?
Yeah.
The topic is what I brought up earlier, to simply send them in a good-natured way, a communication that includes the charter, the state law for, what they're supposed to do, and a reminder of what they're supposed to do from the regulations, those 3 excerpts for what their job is. Because
okay, Helen, do you want to just put that, Helen, do you want to put that together and then we can put that on an agenda?
That would be great. And all it would be our approval to send it to them.
Sure.
Period.
Just put it together.
I don't even want to meet with them.
Is,
Okay.
Mike, through
Sounds
you
good.
to Helen, is that a topic for future
Yeah.
discussion?
That's
Yeah,
the
Has to
topic.
send a letter.
Do that?
That's the topic. Send a letter to the planning board.
Yeah, a letter and the material, and just to
Okay, so
say,
it's an agenda item and we shouldn't be talking about it now. Just say the topic.
It's to
and let's
Yeah,
move
I
on.
got the topic here.
It's to
Okay.
discuss sending a letter.
Okay, all right.
letter,
let's
but
go.
I don't agree with that letter.
Fine, we can vote on it. So you're not supposed to say that. We're not
No, but
discussing
I'm
it.
saying you said
Just-
delegate Helen to do it.
no,
No, I just said,
no,
Ellen, put together the thing, bring it to the board.
I see.
yeah. big deal.
Yeah,
Okay, I understand.
unless somebody else wants to. It's Helen's
Can I
agenda
go
item,
on to
so.
my topic?
if-
It won't take a minute, copying and pasting, don't worry
Okay.
about it. It's not even a letter.
All right, moving on. Planning board, okay, got
No,
that.
second topic. So the good news is I found out that there has been an improvement in the management of the AADU program. I would like to know where they are now. In other words, I'm really glad. it's
Okay,
been-
so you just want, again, Helen, pick the topic, don't discuss it.
Get it?
Just, You know, I mean, really.
Really yourself. Listen, I'm saying that good naturedly.
Everybody calm down. That's what my
Yeah, it's
2-year-old
all
does.
okay.
Oh, I'm
Here's-
calm.
It's 4 hours, I know. So
Yeah.
I would like a report
1
from
minute.
Mike or anybody else, it can be verbal, to have as an agenda item about what the AADU is doing now and whether or not we need to change the language in that zoning bylaw.
Okay,
other words-
Helen, we
A
can.
discussion with planning board, boom, done.
No, that's not the topic. I don't
Okay.
want to talk about it with. a
Everybody calm
planning
down. AADU on there. We can maybe invite Gary. He's on the subcommittee that's looking at it.
board. Yeah,
Okay. Anything else? No?
Ice cream.
Ice cream. It's too cold for that.
what flavor? It's never too cold.
Helen. All right, that's it. I think we're done.
No,
There's
we're
3
not.
more hands.
Minutes.
Correspondence.
No, I mean, I think we're done with that. Correspondence and vacancy reports. Do we need to go over it or can we just know that it happened?
Helen will read it to us.
Okay. All right, correspondence and vacancy reports. Anything from here that we need to talk about?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
And it's,
Minutes. Somebody want to make a motion?
I'll get the dates. I move to approve the minutes of November 24th as printed in draft.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Okay, roll call vote. All in
Helen
favor?
Helen abstain.
Janet, I.
Tina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I. Motion carries 401. Okay, is that it? Just 1 minute or 2?
No.
Okay,
2 of them. I move to approve the minutes of December 3rd, 2020 as printed in draft.
Second.
all in favor? Roll call vote.
Janet, I.
Helen abstain.
Justina, I.
Ryan, I.
Michael, I. Motion carries 5-0, 1 abstained. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
So moved.
Seconded.
I
Oh, now
move.
you put all of our faces up.
Good night.
Thank you.